One has a Stone Cipher Scrapies tag. They're tied in the beef dirt barn. Please go get them. Thank you.
Yes.
Hi.
It's going to be a long day.
Yes.
It'll be a good day.
We do, are you using these, Reagan has 2 cans and blows that Oh yeah. Yeah, we had 2 stands for the goats and they're not using them anymore. So it's right over by the bathrooms. There's two aluminum stands, and then there's a red blower and a yellow blower sitting there. And they should say Ag Farm on the blower. So you feel free to grab those. I'm sure you can. If you want to. Is that allowed? He can like do a sheep over there in the goat area. Yeah, you're good.
Whatever works for you, bud.
No, you're fine.
Do you guys need anything for me?
Ben Franklin, Texas. Wild Horse.
All right, this is our first call for Heat 1. Heat 1 of FFA Showmanship. Be making your way up here. Those exhibitors are Kara Fogg, Kelby Walls, Michaela Curlis, Caitlin Schnell, Blair Sanchez, Emery Brannigan, Cooper Baumgartner, Reese West, Whitley Smalley, Emma Berg, Hannah Schick, Tegan Savage, and Callie Rosner. Be making your way to the show ring to check in, please. You're going to be going through the holding area. That's right by the photo booth. Please be headed over there to check in.
have some food.
All right, the kids coming in the ring now are Heat 1 of the FFA sheep showmanship this morning. As we're getting started this morning, we'd like to welcome you to the 2024 Laramie County FFA Lamb Show. Starting off this morning with a couple heats of showmanship, and then we'll go into our Market Lamb Show with 5 weight divisions. Here today to sort our lambs is Wyatt Wharton. Wyatt's from Ben Franklin, Texas, where he and his family raise show lambs and goats. He attended Clarendon College and was a part of the livestock judging team where he competed nationally. He then attended Tarleton State University where he got his bachelor's in agriculture education, and now he currently is teaching ag ed and ag science at Lone Oak High School in Lone Oak, Texas. Please help me welcome Mr. Wyatt Wharton.
As the show goes on today, just want to remind all of our FFA exhibitors today, something new that's required in all FFA shows this year is once you are done showing your animal for today's show, you need to make your way to the backdrop and get a picture in the photo booth over there with your animal. Every FFA member needs to get a picture at the backdrop with your animal in your O-Day, please. Class 2, start making your way to the holding area and get checked in. Class 2 for FFA sheep showmanship. These exhibitors are Emma Burdick, Brandon Winslow, Haley Bruckner, Quinn Schneider, Cooper Sanchez, Reagan Allen, Landon Thorup, Haley Cooper, Jaden Cardona, Owen Green, Shelby Clark, Taya Thompson, and Leah Swarm. Please be making your way to check in.
Nothing to take away from the ones out here on the edge of the ring. I kind of went through there and talked to each and every one of them individually, kind of told them what I thought they needed to work on, or at least some personal preferences of mine from a judging standpoint of what I like to see. Maybe it was just something that I liked, or maybe it was something that, a majority of judges can pick on them and what they need to work on to be better about. There's nothing to take away from these out here. I think that they're still all really good showmen. Just maybe a couple things they need to work on to kind of get over that hump and get out here in the middle for the next wave. But anyways, give all these individuals a round of applause. The ones out here in the middle will be out here for your second wave.
All right, congratulations to Reese West, Blair Sanchez, Callie Rosner, Michaela Curlis, Whitley Smalley, and Hannah Schick. Exhibitors, please remember, as you come in the ring for the rest of the show and into 4-H, you do need to have your back tags that were provided for you at check-in. Please make sure you're wearing your back tags. And also, as you're coming out from your market classes, make sure you get a picture at the backdrop with your animal. All right, people from the first heat that are coming back in, please be making your way to the holding area to check back in. Those members are Reese West, Blair Sanchez, Callie Rosner, Michaela Curlis, Whitley Smalley, and Hannah Schick. Please be making your way to the holding area for the final drive of FFA showmanship.
once again, a great group of kids out here for the second wave of showmanship. Not to discredit the ones out here on the edge of the ring. I think they're doing a great job. Kind of like I reiterate what I said the last time. There's a couple things they need to work on, whether it be something to make their animal look differently, or just the extra things that they can do to kind of impress me and show me that they really are, into this and that they know what they're doing, right? But give every one of these individuals a round of applause. We'll bring the ones out here in the middle back out for the final hoorah of the showmanship.
All right, congratulations to the individuals moving on from the second heat. Those members are Haley Bruckner, Taya Thompson, Haley Cooper, Reagan Allen, Brandon Winslow, Jaden Cardona, and Cooper Sanchez. Give those folks just a moment to get around and get reset back in the holding area. All right, as we get reset here, we're going to be bringing in our final heat or final drive of FFA Lamb Showmanship. At the conclusion of the showmanship, the champion will be awarded a buckle, and that buckle is sponsored by Freeman Livestock. So we'd like to thank Freeman Livestock for sponsoring our FFA Sheep Showmanship buckle today. While we're working through this final showmanship drive, we want everybody in Division 1 Super Lights Class 1, please be thinking about having that lamb ready. I know some of the kids are in the ring right now, but please make sure that those animals are getting ready and to come up and get checked in for Division 1 Class 1. Those exhibitors are Taya Thompson, Emery Brannigan, Quinn Schneider, Emma Berg, Cooper Sanchez, Ryan Feyerherm, and Blair Sanchez.
Absolutely outstanding set of showmen out here for the FFA showmanship. And I guess the most logical way for me to do this was kind of do it kind of like I'm in a class from last to first, and that's nothing to take away from y'all down there. Everybody in here was very, very good. When it got down to the very bitter end, it kind of came down to what the lamb did. And I typically don't like doing showmanship on that. But when it gets hard to pick one of y'all or two of y'all or whatever for showmanship, you kind of have to get down to that point. And I went down from every single one of them, kind of explained what I saw, why I did what I did, and made sure to explain it in good detail as to why you placed where you placed. Ultimately, came down to there at the bitter end. These two individuals were absolutely outstanding. There were very, very few times where I looked at their animal and got a bad look, or if it was out of line, whatever it may be. The reason I picked her over her is because when I was standing on that fence line over there, I was standing on the off-show side. I wanted y'all to set the sheep up on your off-show side, and you set up, and I couldn't see the sheep when you were setting it up. You did everything perfectly. You set up on the off-show side, set it up, did everything right. That was my ultimate determining factor. I did ask a question. It was on 160-pound market lamb. What is the average dressing percentage? Nobody got it right. The young man in third here was the closest one at 50%. On average, it's around 63%. And that's a very hard question, but when you get down to this and everybody's so tough and everybody's so good at showing, you kind of got to ask questions like that. And obviously that's not the end-all be-all, but it's kind of a little thing that kind of sorts from one place to another place, and it can make a big difference. But I don't want to wear every one of y'all out too much. I know we've been out here for a while. I don't want to wear your sheep out too much more. Everybody was outstanding, and I explained to everybody why they did what they did and where they placed. But I'm absolutely blown away. This is probably one of the best showmanship classes that I've ever judged, and I've judged in 4 different states now and probably 40 different shows, and nothing has even come close to it. So hats off to the exhibitors, and hats off to all the advisors and parents at home that drive your kid to be the best that they can be in the show ring, because it definitely shows. And honestly, when they walked out here, I didn't really want to do this because I knew it was going to be really, really hard. But at the end of things, it was super fun, and I enjoyed every single second of it. So I look forward to the rest of the show, but give every single one of these individuals a big round of applause.
All right, let's congratulate our showmen. In 10th place was Brandon Winslow. 9th place, Cooper Sanchez. 8th, Hannah Schick. 7th, Haley Cooper. 6th was Reagan Allen. 5th, Michaela Curlis. 4th was Callie Rosner. 3rd, Reese West. Our reserve champion FFA sheep showman is Haley Bruckner, and our champion FFA sheep showman this morning is Blair Sanchez. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. All right, if you are in Class 1, which is Division 1 of the FFA Market Lamb Show, please be getting your animals in the holding area and checked in. Again, Class 1, which is Division 1, the super lightweight division. Those are going to be Emma Berg, Cooper Sanchez, Blair Sanchez, Quinn Schneider, Taya Thompson, Ryan Fairherm, and Emery Brannigan. All right, if you're just joining us, we are starting off the FFA Market Lamb Show. This is Class 1. This is also our super lightweight division. The lambs in the ring right now range from 87 to 113 pounds. Couple reminders for everyone. Exhibitors, as you go through this show today, please remember that all animals need to have their picture taken at the backdrop. So after you have shown your animal, before you put them away, please make sure you get a picture over in the photo booth at the backdrop. Also, just a final reminder on the 4-H meetings that are taking place, the sale meeting. The very last 4-H sale meeting occurs today at 3 p.m. in the meeting rooms. This is your last chance to attend that required meeting in order to sell an animal in 4-H. So please make sure that if you have not made that meeting yet, that you go today at 3 p.m. in the meeting room.
Great way to start out the FFA Sheep Show here today. I think a class that's definitely got some sort to it. I think there may be a couple ways you could go about this, but I'll go through and talk them individually, tell you what I see. Young lady, it's Lamb, that I start the class out with. Is she the most powerful one in this particular class? Absolutely not. But I think when you study this one, especially when she's standing off of her from the side here, I think that one's build and design is second to none in this class. I think one that you can certainly tie into in the way that her shoulder blade is constructed and the way it lays into her. I think she's short-bladed. She's shallow-chested, super clean up front. I think as she progresses back, she paints a really nice picture from the side. You get your hands on her. Is she the biggest dract and loin? No, kind of like I reiterated. But I think one in terms of touch and handle quality, she's ultra fresh, hard to the touch. Could be a little bit better over a loin edge. She's not finished yet, obviously. She's not done. I think over time she'll get better in that aspect, but a super nice sheep, definitely one that I can tie into from a build and design standpoint, and I think for this stage in the game she does have plenty of muscle there. The one here coming in second, I think rivals my class winner in terms of rib shape, rack shape, just overall just muscle content, and the way that she lays it on her skeleton. I think one that you step in behind and she is impressive. That just rack shape just jumps out and kind of wants to scare you there. And when you get your hands on her, it's like, wow. But I think once you study her from the side here, she's a little raw there in her loin. I need to get her a little bit more filled out right there, maybe drop her in her flank just a little bit to where I can say she for sure bounces up from the side. I think that's where she gets beat compared to one that wins this class, but a really, really nice sheep there coming in second. The one here coming in third, I think, is undoubtedly one of the more correct finished sheep in this particular class. You get your hands on her. I love her touch. She is the widest out to the edge of her loin, but I think where she gets beat out of the top two is from the side. She's a little bit more plain in the way that the front third of her skeleton's made. I'd like to pick her up in her chest floor and make her look more up and out there. I think she kind of wants to run downhill just a tick. But I think in terms of handle, finish, and all those aspects, she's really good. But a really nice one there in third. The one here coming in fourth, I think, you walk this one out here, and when he props her up on the side, she's nice to look at. She's got a good touch to her. She's got a good spring of rib. Another one that I'd like to see a little bit better over her loin edge. She kind of wants to taper out there, and particularly where she stuck her in the fourth spot for me is when I step in behind her. She kind of wants to get a little bit pinched right there in her pin set. I'd like to pry her apart there in that aspect and finish her out and make her a little bit wider out to the edge of her loin for her to get up over those three that are ahead of her. But give each and every one of these individuals a round of applause.
All right, congratulations to our super light division. In sixth place was Quinn Schneider. Fifth place, Ryan Freyerherm. Fourth place, Cooper Sanchez. Third place was Emma Berg. Our reserve champion super light was Blair Sanchez, and our champion super lightweight lamb is Taya Thompson. Class 2, you need to be up in the holding area. Class 2, that's going to be Division 2 in the lightweights. Those are Blair Sanchez, Cooper Sanchez with 2, Reagan Allen, Colton Bomberger, Tegan Savage, and Kelby Walls. Please be checking in at the holding area for Class 2. While we're waiting, I'd like to encourage everybody to consider attending the FFA livestock sale that occurs on Friday night at 7 p.m. at the Wyoming Hereford Ranch in the event center there. And also the 4-H livestock sale on Saturday morning right here at the event center at Archer at 9 a.m. All right, entering the ring now is our lightweight division. This is Class 2. These lambs are ranging in weight from 118 pounds to 121 pounds. Exhibitors in Class 3. This is going to be the first class of the medium weight division. So medium weight, Division 3, Class 1. Please be making your way to the holding area to check in. Those exhibitors are Whitley Smalley, Leah Swarm, Brandon Winslow, Emma Burdick, and Haley Cooper. Please be checking in the holding area.
once again, another class that's got some sort to it. Young man's ewe lamb that wins this class. I think when we get up to kind of that top three, you can't really sort them on muscle. I think each and every one of them got plenty of muscle relative to their frame size, and I appreciate the way that the muscle lays onto their skeleton relative for a market show. So you kind of have to break down things a little bit deeper, move on into the structure and design. And that's ultimately where I kind of picked that one to win this class. I think one, you get her propped up from the side. She's probably the most attractive in the way she looks. I love the construction of her front third of her skeleton. I think that she is more appropriate in terms of her loin edge and how that's finished and where her flank sits in her. And one that doesn't necessarily handle the best. I would like to kind of make her handle a little bit harder, a little fresher. But I think in other aspects, when you get your hands on that sheep, she has got a massive rack. She's round ribbed. She is undoubtedly has the biggest and longest loin in this relative class, and one that I think moves with the most flex and comfort off both ends of her skeleton. Now, could you make her a little bit leveler out of that dock? Absolutely, but I think that kind of outweighs everything else, and I think that one rises to the top for me for those specific reasons. The one here coming in second, I think one that kind of I was a little on the edge about using this one to win the class. I think in terms of height, the thinness of his hide, how tight hided he is, his handle quality, how fresh he is, it's off the charts. I think if you get your hands on this guy, he is just paper thin hided. I love that about him. His rack shape is crazy good. He's round ribbed. Where I could fix this particular guy on the handle is over his loin. He gets a little raw, wants to taper out to his loin edge. Not quite as long of a loin as the one that wins this class. Other things, I think, when the ultimate reason why I picked this guy to go second, he doesn't move off of those rear two as well as the one that wins this class. I think he wants to get a little out of his skeleton, kind of throw those legs outside. Doesn't move as fluid off those rear two as the one that wins this class. But a really nice sheep there in second. Kind of the same story here with the one in third. I think one that in terms of in terms of handle quality is really good. He's got a good rack shape. He's super round rib. I love how his shoulder sits into him and how it blends into his forerib and into his rib cage. All that just kind of goes into nice one complete package. Where I fault this guy is when I see him from behind. I think he wants to get a little tapered out in that loin, needs a little bit more cover over that loin. Maybe isn't as pulled apart through his pin set as the two ahead of him. And ultimately, when you get him on the move, he wants to get a little shorter and choppier off of those rear two. So that's why I stuck him there in the third hole. The one here coming in fourth, I think beats the two ahead of him in terms of his flexibility and movement on the go. I think he utilizes those rear two, takes a full stride out there. Where this one lands fourth for me, I think one is on the handle, and when I step in behind her, she just wants to wash out in that loin right there. She gets a little bit pinched in her tail head. I need to see her with a little bit more shape down low for her to move up in this particular class. So give each and every one of these individuals a round of applause.
All right, results from the lightweight division. In sixth place is Kelby Walls. Fifth place, Cooper Sanchez. Fourth place, Reagan Allen. Third place, Blair Sanchez. Second place, our reserve champion lightweight is Cooper Sanchez. And our champion lightweight lamb for FFA is Colton Bomberger. Entering the ring now is our first class of the medium weight division. These lambs range in weight from 125 to 129 pounds. Exhibitors from the Class 2 of the medium weight division, please be making your way to the holding area for check-in. Those will be Blair Sanchez, Ethan Bomberger, Landon Thorup, Taya Thompson, Haley Cooper, Jaden Cardona, Shelby Clark, and Cooper Sanchez. Again, please be bringing the Division III Class 2 lambs to the holding area for check-in.
Very nice class here. Young man's Blue Weather that wins this class. I think he wins it on the profile for me. One that is just super cool bodied. I love the shape to his body, how radical he is, and the turn to his rib. I think when you step off that rear three-quarter view, he'll really impress you in terms of roundness of rib, the rack shape, how wide he is from stifle to stifle. You get your hands on this guy, and I think he is the best in terms of how upstanding and square he is into the shape of his rack. He's got a nice big long loin laid into him. When you step off to the side here, he's got plenty of side view shape. When he gets him propped up, when he wants to cooperate, I think he gives you a really, really good look from the side. That's a nice sheep to land on there. There's nothing to take away from the one here that comes second. I think he rivals my class winner in terms of overall mass and dimension. I think when you step off behind him, he is arguably a little bit more cracked open throughout. But I think where he gets beat for me is off to the side. When you step off to the side of this guy, he gets a little bit more generic in the way his chest floor sits into him. I think compared to the one that wins this class, you could pick him up a little bit in his chest floor, smooth him up about his shoulder ever so slightly. I think he probably gets around the one that wins this class. The one here coming in third I think one that resembles my class winner in terms of the way that the front third of his skeleton is constructed. I love the way that this one's shoulders laid into her. Her chest floor is very nice. She's real elegant and smooth up front. Just doesn't hit me as hard from behind. Needs more mass and dimension overall to compete. The one here coming in fourth, I think it's kind of the same story. One that you study from the side, he's got a good look, and he moves around the ring with plenty of flex and comfort. Just getting behind, he gets a little bit plainer. I'd like to see his muscle lay on his skeleton a little bit more terminal of a pattern for me to move him up any higher in this class. I'll go ahead and talk to fifth place one here since there's only 5 in this particular class. The one here coming in fifth, I think it's kind of the same story as the one in fourth. Love his build and design. I think he's great in that aspect. Just compared to the ones ahead of him, he just needs to be a little bit more cracked open, a little bit more expressive in the way his muscle lays on his skeleton. But a really nice class, first through fifth. Give these individuals a round of applause.
Results from the first class of the medium weight division. In fifth place was Emma Burdick, fourth, Leah Swarm, third, Whitley Smalley, second, Haley Cooper, and first, Brandon Winslow. Individuals in that class that just left, be ready to come back in. We'll bring back our first and second from that class initially, but we need to be ready for placing out in the division, so keep those handy. Who are we still needing? All right, the next class coming in is our class 2 of the medium weight division. These lambs range in weight from 130 to 133 pounds.
Very nice class here. Top end offers some sort. Go through here and explain them. Young man's weather that wins this class. Right there at the end, they got off of him. I think that was a telltale sign that guy needs to go ahead and win. I think when you get off this guy, you get him propped up when he's wanting to show. This guy's the most dynamic in the way that the front third of his skeleton is made. I think he is shallow. He's good and sleek. He got a long neck that ties high out the top side of a short blade. I love the way that it blends in right there into his forerib and rib cage. I think when this guy gets out and goes on the move, he moves with plenty of elegance. You get your hands on him, he certainly doesn't disappoint. He is hard and fresh to the touch. He's got a nice big loin laid into him and plenty of shape pushed down low. Now, is he probably the most cracked open through the center portion of his body in this entire class? I don't think so. But I think when you couple all the things in terms of design and the way the muscle lays onto his skeleton, this guy has to rise to the top of the class for me. Young lady's weather that comes here in second, undoubtedly probably the biggest backed, biggest rib sheep that's probably got one of the bigger loins in here. But I think where I've picked a hole in this guy is probably from the side here. He is a little bit more down in terms of his front end. I'd like to pick him up in his chest floor, shove his breastplate back into him, smooth the point of his shoulder up just a tick. And this is kind of a nitpicky deal on his dock there. I'd like to maybe take that down just a little bit shorter to maybe make him just a little bit smoother from the side. But I think that guy in terms of muscle and to mass and dimension, he's very impressive in that aspect. The one here coming in third, I think is closely designed to the one that wins my class. But one that is just super cool to look at. He props up real nice. The young lady does a nice job of showing him. But I think that in terms of the two that are ahead of him, he's just a little plainer in the way his muscle lays on his skeleton. I'd like to make him a little bit more extreme in that aspect, tone him up a little bit, make him a little bit more expressive, for him to move up ahead of those two. But a really nice sheep there in third. The one here coming in fourth, I think, really surprised me in terms of how well this guy handles. I think he's got a rack that jumps up out of his skeleton. He's got a nice loin laid into him and plenty of shape. I think where I kind of fault this guy here, he gets a little bit frailer about his bone work. I'd like to stouten him up at the ground a little bit and maybe make him a little bit just more up and out there in terms of his skeleton, the front third of his skeleton. Maybe his skeleton isn't bad, but I think compared to the ones ahead of him, it could just be just a tick better. And that's kind of being kind of nitpicky on these ones as we move down in this class. But give each and every one of these individuals a big round of applause.
All right, results from the second class of the medium weight division. In sixth place was Jaden Cardona. Fifth place, Blair Sanchez. Fourth place, Cooper Sanchez. Third place, Shelby Clark. Second place was Haley Cooper. And first place was Ethan Baumberger. All right, we're going to bring in the first and second place animals from the two medium weight division classes. So from the medium weight division class 1, we need Brandon Winslow in first place, and second place was Haley Cooper. And from our class 2, we have Ethan Baumberger and Haley Cooper. Third and fourth place exhibitors from those two classes, please have your animals ready.
Outstanding set of sheep out here for the middleweight division drive. I'll go through here and talk each one of them individually. Young man's boy weather, one that certainly jumps out to you from a design perspective, one that is just super radical in its body shape. I love the way that everything just flows together about this guy. I think he's pretty smooth from the side, paints a nice picture. The young man really does a good job of getting him shown, but a really, really nice lamb there that wins that class. Now, the one coming second out of that class emulates my class winner very closely in terms of the way his muscle lays onto his skeleton, how expressive and dimensional he is, just how fresh he is to the touch. Those two sheep right there are a very, very good pair on their own. So the one here that wins the second class of the middleweight division, I think this guy from a design perspective is really good. The way that his shoulder lays into him, his chest floor, I think it's appropriate. I think that he is very good in his lines. I love when this guy gets propped up and shown. Just super smooth made sheep. Maybe not the most powerful one in this particular drive, but one that I think is respective in terms of muscle out here. The one that comes second out of that class, I think one that is super muscled up or radical in his muscles and his rack shape, rib shape, got a big loin laid into him. Touch and handle is very good. I love how thin-hided that guy is. But a really good set of sheep out here. I think I've got my mind made up. I'll go out here and I'll get your, I guess, 6 middleweight division sheep that I have to pick.
All right, our champion medium weight is Ethan Bomberger. So we need our third place from that class, Shelby Clark. Our reserve champion is Brandon Winslow, so we need our third place from that class, which is Whitley Smalley. Our Division 4 heavyweight class needs to be making their way to the ring. Please make your way to the ring to check in if you are a heavyweight class 1. Our third medium weight is Haley Cooper. And I need the fourth place from class 2 in medium weights, which was Cooper Sanchez. Cooper, we need your fourth place medium weight.
Let me give you my phone number too. I don't know what I did with it. I went to go look for it and I was like,
Haley.
I texted her, I know it.
Our fourth place is Haley Cooper from class 1 of the medium weights. Our fifth place is Shelby Clark.
Well, showmanship is here, but they had a different division number. Okay. Yeah, so don't throw that other paper away because it has showmanship. Putting it together. Yeah.
And our sixth place is Cooper Sanchez. Congratulations to all those exhibitors from the medium weight division. Heavyweights, please be making your way to the ring. Heavyweight class 1. This is Division 4, Brandon Winslow, Hannah Schick, Reese West, Kara Fogg, Shelby Clark, and Michaela Curlis, Ethan Bomberger, and Haley Bruckner. Okay, right now in the ring is Division 4. These lambs weigh ranging from 136 pounds to 144 pounds. Division 5 exhibitors, please be making your way to the holding area to check in. Those exhibitors from Division 5 are Haley Bruckner, Michaela Curlis, Cooper Baumgartner, Brandon Winslow, Whitley Smalley, Owen Green, Callie Rosner, and Caitlin Schnell. And also, when you are checking in, please in the holding area, we can only have the exhibitors checking in, and once you've checked in, move to the checked in area so that we can find exhibitors still needing to be checked in easily. We've got a couple more classes of the FFA show, and then we will be taking a 30-minute break between FFA and 4-H. So again, at the conclusion of the FFA show with the chapter Pens of 3, we will take a 30-minute break, and then 4-H will be starting with senior showmanship.
Extremely tough class, probably one of the more tough classes that I've seen so far today. There's a multitude of ways you could go about it, and I'd listen to however you wanted to place it, specifically in these these top five. I think these top five are all very, very good in their own rights. Just little differences that sort each one of them. Go ahead and start talking the young man's weather here. I think this guy is the most complete for me. I think when you study this guy from the side, he's just so smooth. His top line's amazing. His underline matches very well with his top line. He's smooth fronted. He's good fronted. I love the way his shoulder lays into him. Forerib and rib cage are great. You step in behind him, he certainly doesn't disappoint you in that aspect. Probably my favorite thing about him is you get your hands on him. His hide is just so thin and tight. He handles extremely well. He's got a massive rack. He's got the biggest, widest loin in him compared to any other sheep in this class. Very nice sheep there to start out with. The one here coming in second, I think this guy from a body perspective, I think this guy's pretty cool bodied. Maybe a little piecey today. Where he gets beat for me is from the side here. I think he's a little bit more pushed out in his breastplate, not as just cool fronted as the one that wins this class. I think from a handle quality, he's great. Maybe not as big a loin as the one that wins, but I think just more of a kind of a fun one to look at in terms of body shape, roundness of rib, and when he wants to walk, he does get out there and move extremely well. But you didn't get to see that very much, but I think one that you can't take for granted for how well that one moves. The one here coming in third, when that one kind of first walked into this class, he kind of hit me pretty hard. You study this guy from the side. He's up fronted. He runs uphill. He paints a real cool picture. The more you kind of break this guy down, specifically when you get in behind him, he's just a little sucked up. He needs some water, a little bit of hay, kind of maybe drop him down in his flank, expand him right there in his flank area. I think if you do that, he probably gets into the second hole for me. But one that, in a handle perspective, specifically over his rack, he's very good in that aspect. He's round rib. He's probably the widest from stifle to stifle, probably pushes the most shape down through his lower quarter. Very nice sheep there coming in third. The one here coming in fourth, I think what kind of surprised you when you first walked this sheep in here? I kind of thought it was just more of just a sheep, a little more plain looking. But I think the more you break down into this sheep, the better you get an idea of how good the sheep actually is. I think that the chest to flank ratio in this sheep is arguably one of the best in this entire class. His top line is really good as well. I think for me, where this sheep falls fourth, he does get a little plain in the way his muscle lays onto his skeleton. He isn't as radical in his muscle shape, isn't as expressive to the touch, maybe not as fresh. I still think he touches decently well. He's got a big loin laid into him. You study him from the side here, he's got a lot of side view shape and a lot of shape down low. But those are those few things that I'd like to see him do a little bit better for him to work up any higher in this particular class. Extremely tough class, lots of good sheep in here. Give every one of these individuals a round of applause.
All right, congratulations to our exhibitors in the heavyweight division. In 6th place was Ethan Bomberger. 5th place, Michaela Curlis. 4th place, Shelby Clark. 3rd place was Haley Bruckner. Our reserve champion heavyweight was Reese West. And our champion heavyweight was Brandon Winslow. All right, ready to enter the ring is our final division. This is the extra heavy division. These exhibitors include Haley Bruckner, Michaela Curlis, Cooper Baumgartner, Brandon Winslow, Whitley Smalley, Owen Green, Callie Rosner, and Caitlin Schnell. Correction on the heavyweight division. Reese West was the champion heavyweight and Brandon was the reserve champion. All of our division winners need to be thinking about getting ready and getting up into the holding area for our overall drive. Those exhibitors would be from the super lightweight, we need Taya Thompson and Blair Sanchez. From the lightweight division, we need Colton Bomberger and Cooper Sanchez. From the medium weight division, we need Ethan Bomberger and Brandon Winslow. From the heavyweight division, we need Reese West and Brandon Winslow. Please be thinking about having your champions and reserves from the divisions up to the holding area.
Another really nice class here. Young ladies, whether that wins this, I think one that is probably the combination of everything. Not necessarily just blows me away in any particular aspect. I think one that's just super complete. One that you kind of have a hard time picking a hole in. Now, obviously, there are things that he could be better in, as well as every other sheep in this class. But I'll just kind of go through and talk and tell you how I see it. From the side, this guy's ultra cool. Probably one of the best up through the front third of his skeleton. Love how smooth he is in his top line as well as his underline. I think you get your hands on this guy, and this guy's touch quality, hide, the thinness of hide, and how fresh he is probably the best out of this entire class. I love that about him. Maybe if we're going to pick a hole in him, he does get a little bit frail at the ground, maybe stouting him up about his bone work ever so slightly. I still think when you get him out there and get on the go, he does move very, very well. But I think in terms of hide quality, feature, design, and build, we'll still have plenty of muscle. This is your guy, and that's why I started him. The one here coming in second, I think rivals my class winner in terms of rib shape, rack shape, just overall skeletal width from the ground up. I think that he is super smooth, very elegant from the side. For me, where this particular guy gets beat, you get in behind him, and he's a tick full today. And I think he's got a little bit too much belly on him, and it kind of exaggerates the fact that he isn't as pulled apart through his pin set or as wide from stifle to stifle. I think if you get that belly off of him just a little bit, it smooths him up a little bit, makes him look a little bit more uniform from behind, and I think he may get around that one that wins this class. But a really nice sheep there in second. The one here coming in third is kind of a hard sheep to read because he doesn't want to show, but I think once you actually dive on into this guy, you realize how good this guy is. I think one from behind and from a handle perspective, he's probably one of the best in this entire class. He's got a massive rack, he's super round rib, he's got a big loin, plenty of shape down low, he's stout featured. Just where he gets beat for me is from the side here. It doesn't help that he doesn't want to show, but I think you could be a little bit better up into his chest floor, smooth him up about his shoulder and kind of pick him up there. And I think he probably moves up a couple spots, if not wins this class for me today. But a really nice sheep there in third. The one here coming in fourth counters the one in third in terms of build and design. I think this guy's real cool from the side, but kind of like the previous class, the sheep you brought in here, he's a little sucked up. He needs to be dropped down on his flank a tick and needs to be filled up a bit right there in his flank area. I think if you do that, he bounces up a little bit better from the side. I think he looks a little bit more uniform from behind, but I think as far as touch quality, he rivals the one that wins this class. I think he's really good in that aspect. He's fresh, he's upstanding in his rack shape, and he's got a big loin laid into him. It's just those little details that kind of sort these top four, and that's why he goes down in the 4-hole for me today. But an outstanding class. Give these individuals a round of applause.
All right, congratulations to our extra heavyweight division members. In sixth place was Owen Green. Fifth place was Cooper Baumgartner. Fourth place was Haley Bruckner. Third was Brandon Winslow. Our reserve champion extra heavyweight was Callie Rosner. And our champion extra heavyweight was Michaela Curlis. Now we need all of our division champions and reserve champions to be lining up in the holding area. From the super lightweight division, our first place was Taya Thompson. Second was Blair Sanchez. From the lightweight division, our champion was Colton Baumberger. Our reserve was Cooper Sanchez. From the medium weight division, our champion was Ethan Baumberger. Our reserve was Brandon Winslow. From the heavyweight division, our champion was Reese West, and our reserve champion was Brandon Winslow. And from our extra heavyweight division, our champion was Michaela Curlis, and our reserve champion was Callie Rosner. While we're waiting, I just want to make a quick announcement. We've had a lot of questions about state fair entries for FFA only. This is an announcement for FFA exhibitors only. State fair entry forms need to be turned in by Thursday, 1 hour following the FFA beef show. That's for FFA only. Our state fair entries for FFA animals need to be turned in by Thursday, 1 hour following the FFA beef show. All right, entering the ring now is all of our division champions. From Division 1 was Taya Thompson. That was a super lightweight. From the lightweight division, Colton Bomberger. From the medium weight division, Ethan Bomberger. From the heavyweight, Reese West. And from the extra heavyweight is Michaela Curlis. And lining up behind them is the reserve champions from each division. From the super lightweight is Blair Sanchez. From the lightweight is Cooper Sanchez. In the medium weight division is Brandon Winslow. From the heavyweight is Brandon Winslow. And the extra heavyweight is Callie Rosner.
outstanding set of sheep out here for the Champion FFA Drive, and lots of good qualities amongst each and every sheep out here. I think there is a multitude of ways you could go about this and probably not be wrong, but I'll go through here and talk each one of them individually. The one that wins Class 1, young lady's ewe lamb, I think from the side, she is ultra cool. Love the way she's built from the ground up. You know, I think that's how you want them built. I think as she shows that ewe later on down the road, she's going to have a lot of success as that one grows out and feeds out. I think she's got all the right parts and pieces at this stage of the game. I just think that you need to keep doing what you're doing with her. She is outstanding from the side and has got plenty of muscle to go with that as of right now. The one that comes second out of Class 1, I think emulates my Class winner out there very, very well. I think those two are very similar in their build and design. I think they're very similar in the way they handle. I think that pair in that particular class was really close, but I think each and every one of those sheep are very good, and yeah, I think you could flip a quarter between those two, and whichever one it lands on, go either way with those two. I think they're very good. The first place out of Class 2, I think one that is just smooth and complete. All of her parts and pieces go together in a nice uniform package. She's got plenty of muscle that lays on her skeleton. I like that sheep a great deal. The one that's second out of that class, a little bit more on the extreme end in terms of how terminal his muscle is, his handle quality, his high quality is off the charts. That guy is just insane in terms of that. Maybe a little bit more rough in the way that everything goes together. Probably needs a little bit more finish on him to maybe look a little smoother, but a really nice sheep there. And second out of Class 2, the one that wins Class 3, I think this guy is a very, very good sheep. From the side, he's outstanding. He runs uphill. He's good about his blade and the way it sits into him. I love the way his neck ties high out of the top side of that blade. I think that his underline and top line are great as well. You step in behind him, and there's plenty of muscle there. He handles relatively well, too. Got a big, nice loin laid into him. Really nice sheep that wins that class. The one that comes second out of that class, a little bit more radical in terms of his body shape and the way his muscle lays on him. I think one that's handle quality is very good. Rack shape is awesome. Rib shape is great. Loin's great. He's got all the parts and pieces to be there. Really nice sheep there. The one that wins Class 4, I think one that is very complete, very smooth made. Not very many holes you can pick in this one. All of that one's parts and pieces go together. Handle quality's good. Love the tightness of the hide, how thin it is. Plenty of shape down low. Just overall, very, very nice sheep there that wins that class. The one that comes second out of that class, kind of more the radical one. Maybe all of its parts and pieces don't quite go together. Love that one's body shape, how round it is, handles good. Maybe not as just smooth as the one that wins that class. Coming out of the last class of the drive here, another one that is just really cool to look at. I love this one's feature. I love this one's touch and high quality. Very smooth made, up fronted, good built, got a nice handle to it. I think he's got enough muscle to him. Very nice sheep to win that class. The one that's second out of the last class here, I think another one, real smooth made. Love the way he runs uphill. Paints a nice picture from the side. Handles great too as well. I think from top to bottom in this drive, every single one of these sheep are very good in their own right. Some a little bit better than others. I've got my mind made up. I'll go out here and I'll select your champion and reserve champion FFA Market Lamb.
All right, congratulations to Ethan Bomberger with our overall FFA Grand Champion Lamb. That moves Brandon Winslow up from that class. Congratulations to Reese West with the overall reserve champion market lamb for FFA. We will be needing the chapter pens of 3. Please be getting those ready and back to the holding area to come in as a chapter pen of 3. We have entries from Frontier FFA, Prairie View FFA, and Burns FFA. Again, this is just a reminder that we're going to have the chapter pens of 3, and then after we do the pen of 3 for the chapters, it'll be a 30-minute break for 4-H, and 4-H will start with senior showmanship, and it'll go in the order of senior, intermediate, junior, peewee. Lined up in the ring now, we have pens of 3 from Burns, from Frontier, and from Prairie View FFA chapters.
Very nice set of trio of sheep that win the pen of 3 here on the market show. I think 3 that resemble each other very, very well in terms of from the ground up, how wide they are, the way their muscle lays on their skeleton, their touch and handle quality. I think that all those 3 aspects are very, very good amongst those. If you study them from the side, I like every single one of those as well. A very nice trio of sheep there to start with this. The ones here coming in second, I think it was pretty close between the second and the first. I think that these 3 sheep here match up with each other very, very well. They're almost kind of like 3 peas in a pod. I think that they're very good in their design and build. I think every single one of them props up very nice. I think they're all skeletally correct from the ground up. They're very, very good sheep there to go into the second hole. Give them a round of applause. The ones here coming in third, I think are 3 nice sheep. They're built good. They're built correct. Maybe if they kind of fit together a little bit more uniform, they might have slid there in that second spot. But I think the little ewe right there is kind of the outlier amongst the 3. I think she's a little bit bigger, a little bit farther along. Those 3 would kind of fit each other a little bit better. But 3 really nice sheep there to round this class out. Give all of them a round of applause.
All right, so the champion pen of 3 went to Burns FFA. Reserve champion was Frontier FFA, and our third place pen was the Prairie View FFA. Congratulations to all of those chapters. We will now take a 30-minute break for the 4-H Senior Sheep Showmanship. So we will that will begin at 12:20.
4-H Market Show will start at 12:20. If you have a scratch, come up to the table now and let's scratch you now so we're not having to do that in the middle. And we can let the gate people know in advance so they're not trying to hunt down someone that's not supposed to be in the class. We're going to start with senior showmanship at 12:20. Please start lining up at the gate at 12:15.
Okay, we are ready to start with senior showmanship in the 4-H market lamb. I need Maya Wiley, Kara Fogg, Emma Burdick, Haley Bruckner, Caitlin Snell, Blair Sanchez, Emily Brannigan, Reagan DeBall, Emma Berg, Reagan Allen, Abigail Horde.
Could you announce that only...
Okay, back there lining up. I only need exhibitors. Parents, do not line up with your kids. It becomes a real bottleneck when we try to get these kids in. So parents, do not line up in that holding area.
Oh, absolutely. Well, and if you're going to hey, if you have a kiddo that needs an accommodation or take care of for livestock judging, let me know. And I know that there's some. I know, and I don't.
Okay, that first class of senior showmanship should be ready or about ready to enter the ring. It's Maya Wiley, Kara Fogg, Emma Burdick, Haley Bruckner, Caitlin Snell, Blair Sanchez, Emery Brannigan, Reagan DeBall, Emma Berg, Reagan Allen, Abigail Horde. Remember, if we can keep parents from being in the holding area, it would be very helpful for taking pictures and that kind of thing. Remember also that you need to have your picture taken if you are going to participate in that livestock sale. No picture, I'm not initialing for thank you cards to get in the sale. And nobody else in the 4-H office will either. So anyway, Hot Shots Photography is doing the livestock pictures. They're available immediately after each show. They have customized pictures, posters, collages, magnets, whatever. Their booth is just out here in the lobby. But remember, you have to have that picture taken before you can complete that sell card. Okay, lined up at the gate, I need second group. Drayden Morrison, Anna Kemp, Landon Thorup, Leah Kemp, Haley Cooper, Owen Green, Hannah Schick, Mackenzie Merrill, Brody Medina, Callie Rosner, Sophia Stengel, Cooper Sanchez, McKinley Sunderland. Hey, we want to introduce our judge for this afternoon. He is Wyatt Wharton. He's from Ben Franklin, Texas. There, he and his family raise show lambs and goats. He's attended Clarendon College and was a part of the livestock judging team where he competed nationally. He then attended Tarleton State University where he earned his bachelor degree in ag education. He's currently teaching ag science at Lone Oak High School in Lone Oak, Texas.
Really good set, first wave of the 4-H senior showmanship. The ones out there on the edge, we're going to excuse them, and the ones out here in the middle will come back here for the final wave. Nothing to knock on the ones out there on the fence. I think they're doing a great job. They're working hard and everything. Just little things that they need to work on. And I talked to each and every one of them individually about it. And reiterated, the things that they need to change and do differently to kind of get out here in the middle of this ring and maybe be more successful at shows later on down the road. So give every one of these individuals a round of applause.
Senior Heat 2 coming in. Senior Heat 1, please be waiting in the waiting area to come back in after Heat 2 is completed. Heat 1, please line up at the gate. The cut from Heat 1, please line up at the gate.
Once again, we've got our ones pulled out here in the middle of the ring. They're going to go on to the final wave, and nothing to take away from these out here. I explained to them, what they can work on and whatnot going on later down in their show career and to the next shows that they're going to kind of help them with better success overall. But a great group of kids out here. Give them a round of applause.
Final drive of senior showmanship. In the final drive of senior showmanship, we have Emma Berg, Reagan Allen, Haley Cooper, Haley Bruckner, Cooper Sanchez, Blair Sanchez, Abigail Horde, Hannah Schick, Callie Rosner. Intermediate showmanship, you're on deck. Abby Wiley, Michaela Curlis, Cooper Baumgartner, Michael Etcheper, Whitley Smalley, Lana Johnson, Hannah Howes, Kylie Hockup, Trig Sedman, Jaden Cardona, Tegan Savage, and Taya Thompson. I'm going to rephrase that. Heat 1 for intermediate is Abby Wiley, Michael Etcheper, Selena Cole, Tegan Durner, Michaela Curlis, Lana Johnson, Quinn Schneider, Kylie Hockup, Bemley Watkins, and Clara Kemp. That is Heat 1 of intermediate showmanship, which should be on deck right now. Can we please have Bemley Watkins and Tegan Durner to the holding pin for Heat 1 intermediate showmanship? Lining up at the gate, we have Heat 1 of intermediate showmanship. Abby Wiley, Michael Etcheper, Selena Cole, Taken Durner, Michaela Curlis, Lana Johnson, Quinn Schneider, Kylie Hockup, Bemily Watkins, and Clara Kemp. Heat 2, start thinking about it. Cooper Baumgartner, Reese West, Whitley Smalley, Hannah House, Trig Sedman, Jaden Cardona, Tyler Sunderland, Braxton Neal, Tegan Savage, and Taya Thompson.
Outstanding set of kids out here for senior showmanship. These top two are probably some of the best I've seen. And I was just being nitpicky there towards the end. Very, very little detail sorted these two. When I switched to the two sheep, there were a couple times where I would kind of look at hers and her front feet would just be a tick up under, right? So I switched them. When she got her sheep set up right, she got her front feet up under a little bit more, stretched her out a little bit, and I think that's where she wins that deal. That sheep right there is pretty much automatic. I think anybody could jump on him, and that just goes to show how much work you put in at home of getting your animals exhibited, because I've judged you showmanship, I guess, 4 times now, and it's the same every time. You cannot pick a hole in you, and I've tried. Haven't succeeded yet. And that's nothing to take away from you. You were outstanding showman. Just little details. And any given day, it could switch. And then that's the beauty of it. Say her sheep didn't want to act right one day and yours was great, or whatever it may be. These two showmen right here are outstanding. And I applaud both of them because they are amongst the top showmen I've seen. Nothing to take away here from the one coming third. There's just a couple things. You want to get her front feet up under her just a little bit. She needs to pick those front feet up, put them forward a little bit. Make her look like she isn't falling over herself. But I think where you excel with showing your sheep is leading them around the ring, because I think you do a great job of letting those sheep go and get out there and show themselves off. You always keep their heads up. They're always looking their best on the move. So I applaud you on that. And I still think you do a great job of setting them up and getting them shown. It's just the little details that I'd find to pick, and that's why I stuck you third. And then the one here coming in fourth, I think that is another extremely good showman. There's just a couple times where I got some bad looks at that sheep. Maybe a foot was off. Maybe the head was wanting to droop down a little bit. And when it gets down to the top 4, 5, 6, it gets cutthroat. And so any little mistake, it'll hurt you, especially if it's just the sheep acting up. But overall, great group of showmen, outstanding. I loved every second of it. Give them a big round of applause.
Your grand champion showman, senior showman, is Blair Sanchez. Your reserve champion showman is Reagan Allen. Third place is Callie Rosner, and fourth place goes to Abigail Horde. Coming in the ring now, we have Heat 1 of intermediate showmanship. Heat 2, please be on deck. Heat 2, Cooper Baumgartner, Reese West, Whitley Smalley, Hannah House, Trig Sedman, Jaden Cardona, Tyler Sunderland, Braxton Neal, and Tegan Savage, and Taya Thompson. Intermediate Heat 2, I need you lined up at the gate. Intermediate Heat 2, Cooper Sanchez, Cooper Baumgartner, Reese West, Whitley Smalley, Hannah Howes, Triggs Edmond, Jaden Cardona, Tyler Sunderland, Braxton Neal, Tegan Savage, Taya Thompson. You need to be at the gate, please. I need a red Ford Expedition moved immediately. County 2, license plate 15377. You are parked and blocking someone in, and they cannot leave. A red Ford Expedition needs to be moved immediately. It's parked on the south side of the building. County 2, 15377.
Nice set of intermediate kids out here in the intermediate showmanship. Lots of good qualities amongst them. The ones out here on the fence, they got some things that they need to work on. Talk to them, each of them individually. And so the ones out here in the middle, we'll bring them back out here for our final heat. So give every one of these individuals a big round of applause.
Go ahead and exit, girls. And then you'll come back in. Coming back from Heat 1, we have Michaela Curlis, Tegan Durner, Quinn Schneider, and Bemley Watkins. Please make sure you're waiting in the waiting area. On deck, I need Junior Showmanship Heat 1, Addison Aldersey, Bryson Walls, Sage Durner, Hattie Morrison, Kinsley Curlis, Bryn Bulgren, Kason Bowman, Olivia Johnson, Cooper Zolman, Vera Schmidl, Grace Baumgartner, Brady McKinney. This is just your first call. Lined up at the gate for Heat 1 Intermediate Showmanship, Michaela Curlis, Femily Watkins, Quinn Schneider, and Tegan Durner. Please be ready to go back in for the final drive of Intermediate Showmanship.
Once again, another nice set of intermediate showmen out here. The ones out there, I talked to them briefly about what they need to do better to maybe get out here in the middle. Nothing to knock against them. Great showmen, just need to work on a few things to get out here. These ones that are out here come back for the final wave. So I give every one of these a round of applause.
Coming back from Heat 2, we have Reese West, Taya Thompson, Cooper Baumgartner, and Trig Sudman. Heat 1 is lined up at the gate. Heat 2, please join them. On deck, we have Heat 1 of Junior Showmanship, Addison Aldersey, Bryson Walls, Sage Durner, Hattie Morrison, Kinsley Curlis, Bryn Bulgren, Kason Bowman, Olivia Johnson, Cooper Zolman, Farrah Schmidl, and Grace Baumgartner. Coming into the ring, final drive of Intermediate Showmanship. At the holding pin, we should have Heat 1, Junior Showmanship, Addison Aldersea, Bryson Walls, Sage Sterner, Hattie Morrison, Kinsley Curlis, Bryn Bulgren, Kason Bowman, Olivia Johnson, Cooper Zolman, Farah Schmidl, and Grace Baumgartner. Waiting, we should have Heat 2, Avon Green, Brinley Cordona, Coyer Bowman, Theron Neal, Waylon Faree, Adeline Crowder, Bentley Anderson, Marissa Merrill, Guthrie Watkins, and Connor Olvison.
Outstanding set of intermediate showmen out here. These top two here, it kind of got down to the bitter end and just little things that sorted them. I think each one of you did things better than the other. But I think ultimately what it comes down to is being quick and concise. When it comes to setting the lamb up, you were just a tick faster. No wasted movement. You got straight to the point. Got the back feet set, front feet set, boom, ready to go. Never moved again. That's what I liked about you. Things that maybe you could have changed, let that guy get out there a little bit and walk. A couple of times he's kind of wanting to suck down and you're kind of having to force him along. Get his head up and out of there. Let him go out there and lead. But other than that, I think you did an excellent job. One thing I can certainly appreciate about the young man here that is reserve champion intermediate showman, using the whole ring at all times. I noticed that, and that's a big thing for me. It's a pet peeve of mine when there's kids in the show ring and they try to get up on top of me because the person in front of them is getting closer and closer, and by the end of it, they're like right up on top of me. So I really appreciate you using the whole show ring. There were just a few times I think you need to be a little quicker when it comes to setting your animal up. And I get it, you want it to be perfect, and I understand that because when I showed, I was a perfectionist myself. But it comes to a certain point in time where that'll get you beat, especially in showmanship and even on in like the state fair and everything, because you get one look and say it takes you a little too long to get your animal set up and the person in front of you and it's a close pair, kind of like this deal. I think you're an outstanding showman. You're very concise. Just need to speed things up a tick. And it may just be that particular sheep, but I think once you get him set up, he is perfect. Not much movement after that. I love the placement of the head and neck. I think that's ideal. Two very, very good showmen at the top end. Small things that sort them. A very good pair. The one here coming in third, I think another one to not take for granted. I think one that is outstanding. There's just a few little things, and some of it has to do with how the sheep kind of acts in the show ring. At times when she wanted to go take off to walk, he'd get a little squirrely acting and kind of want to try to run away. And one or two more things, times she wants to get him a little too stretched out, and he'll break in that loin ever so slightly. So just kind of focus on, making all four feet are on the corners and getting him properly stretched out to where he doesn't break in his loin and everything like that. But outstanding job, young lady. And then the young man coming here in fourth, I think, small man showing a big sheep, and I know how hard it is because I've seen it all over the country. He does an outstanding job because that sheep probably outweighs him by 75 pounds at least. But I think for your size and the sheep size, you're doing a great job. There's just little things as you get older and you grow and get bigger and are able to control your sheep. Those things will just work themselves out as you get bigger and older. Outstanding set of showmen from top to bottom. Give every single one of these individuals a round of applause.
Results of intermediate showmanship. Champion showmanship goes to Taya Thompson. Reserve, Reese West. Third, Michaela Curlis. Fourth, Trig Sedman. Coming in the ring, we have Heat 1 of junior showmanship. Addison Aldersea, Bryson Walls, Sage Sterner, Hattie Morrison, Kinsley Curlis. Bryn Bulgren, Kason Bowman, Olivia Johnson, Cooper Zolman, Farrah Schmidl, and Grace Baumgartner. On deck, we have Heat 2, Avon Green, Brinley Cordona, Coyer Bowman, Theron Neal, Waylon Faree, Adeline Crowder, Marissa Merrill, Guthrie Watkins, Connor Olavison. We'd like to thank our showmanship buckle sponsors for the 4-H division. Champion 4-H Senior Showmanship Buckle sponsored by Brian and Brittany Wilson. Champion 4-H Intermediate Showmanship Buckle sponsored by Uncle Fred's Catering. And Championship 4-H Junior Showmanship Buckle sponsored by Banner Capital Bank. The overall Grand Champion Buckle is sponsored by Dave and Lisa Kiter at Rafter 2K Livestock, Land and Livestock. Guthrie Watkins, we are waiting for you in the holding area for Heat 2 Junior Showmanship. Directly following junior showmanship, we will have Pee Wee showmanship. If you would like to be in Pee Wee showmanship, right after the drive, the junior drive, please be in the waiting area to go in the ring.
Very good set of junior showmen out here. The ones out here on the edge, they may need to work on a few things to kind of get out here in the middle. But overall, a great group, and we'll get the second wave in here in just a second. Give these individuals a round of applause.
Coming back from Heat 1, Kinsley Curlis, Sage Sterner, Addison Aldersey, and Kason Bowman. Coming in the gate now is Heat 2, junior showmanship.
It's either going to be that or bags. I mean, I ordered some really cool stuff for... Do your kids do livestock judging?
At the gate, I should have Kinsley Curlis, Sage Sterner, Addison Aldersea, and Kason Bowman. And coming back from Heat 2, Coyer Bowman, Guthrie Watkins, Brinley Cordona, and Adeline Crowder.
Very good set of junior showmen out here in the second wave. The ones out there on the fence, they're working hard. They're doing a good job. Just need to work on a few things, kind of get over the hump to get out here in the middle in the final wave. Let's not discredit them. They're doing great, as well as everybody else that's out here. So give everyone a round of applause, and we'll get the final drive back in here.
Final drive. Coming in the arena now is the final drive for junior showmanship. On deck, Pee-wee showmanship, and then we'll get into our market show. We'll start with the white face division. directly following Pee Wee, we're going to have one total class of whiteface. We are going to have that whiteface class, but we are going to start with our first underweight class with one entry, Grace Baumgartner, and then our single whiteface class, Emery Brannigan, Brandon Winslow, Brinley Cardona, Marissa Merrill, Jaden Cardona, Brinley Cardona, Kinsley Curlis, and Cooper Baumgartner.
Great set of junior showmen out here. Young man that wins, I think, does an exceptional job of exhibiting his sheep. I think that he's been listening to me on the mic, talking about using the ring to your advantage, using the whole ring, letting that sheep get away from me. That way I can get off and see it. That shows me that he's listening, and he's doing a good job of getting the sheep exhibited to the highest of his abilities. Once he gets that sheep set, doesn't move. The sheep doesn't hardly ever move. If it does, he corrects it in a timely manner and is very concise with his movements. Is always mindful of everybody around him and is respectful of everybody else, and it doesn't try to get cut in front of him or anything like that. A very, very good showman there that wins this deal. The one here coming in second, nothing to take away from you. I think you do an outstanding job. It's just the little things that kind of got you right there at the end. Your sheep wanted to kind of move around. It took a little bit of a longer time to get everything fixed and everything. I mean, other than that, you did an outstanding job. I mean, you got your A-game face on. At times, it looks like you're mad at me, and kind of scares me a couple times. I mean, you're very serious and very intense, which I love. But it's okay to maybe crack a smile or something every once in a while. But I really do appreciate that about you. You're doing a great job out there. Young lady here that comes into third, another one that uses the whole ring to her advantage. I love that when you have somebody stop in front of you, you set your animal up until they go. I appreciate that. It's the little things that matter. But I think there at the end, the gotcha sheep kind of jumped around, kind of lost a little bit of control when it comes down to the bitter end there. When the sheep backs up, that'll kind of get you at times. But other than that, I think you did an outstanding job to keep up the good work. The one coming in fourth, I think everything was great. Just just little things there, like head placement. Like to see it at a 90-degree angle. At times, he wants to get a little lazy on you, and he wants to kind of suck down and you need to get his head up and out of him, keep everything straight, keep his front feet square. But other than that, I think you do an outstanding job, as well as everybody else in this lineup. So give every one of these individuals a round of applause. Good job.
Champion junior showman is Kason Bowman. Reserve champion Sage Sterner. Third place, Adeline Crowder. Fourth place, Addison Aldersea. Coming in the ring now are 16 Pee Wee showmen. On deck, the underweight class, Grace Baumgartner. Directly following is the only white face class, Emery Brannigan, Brandon Winslow, Brinley Cordona, Marissa Merrill, Jaden Cardona, Brinley Cardona, Kinsley Curlis, Cooper Baumgartner.
Great group of Pee Wee showmen out here. Always love doing this. Walking around, asking them what their animal's name is and whatnot. You know, I think it's the cutest thing in the world, especially the ones that are, you know, they're actually getting out there. They're trying to show them, and they're getting an early start in their show career, and I think that sets them up not only for their show career, but also later down in life when you get them in the show ring and have show sheep or show goats or whatever it may be on feed in the barn. I think that's a great thing to have your kids do, and it teaches them a lot of responsibilities and life lessons and everything else. And I think it sets them up for high school, college, their adult life. You know, a lot of times, you know, the kids that show, they remember what they do in the show ring, all the friends that they make within the show industry, and just all the good memories that they make along the way, whether they win, lose, draw, whatever it may be. So I applaud every single one of the parents that have their kiddos out here, or a bit older siblings, or whatever it may be. I know a couple of y'all, they didn't like it. They were not having it, and they did not want to be out here. But I remember when I was a little kid and I didn't really want to show, all I wanted to do was play with tractors in the dirt. But as I got older, you know, I kind of got into it. But I applaud each and every one of you. You're doing a great job. Keep up the good work. If I ever get a chance to judge in Wyoming later on down the road, I'm sure I'll see some of y'all, and I'll look forward to that if I get the opportunity again. So everybody keep up the good work and give them a round of applause.
Good job, Pee-wees. Coming in the ring now, we have our solo underweight lamb, followed by the white face division. On deck, we have Class 1 of speckled face, Emery Brannigan, Mackenzie Merrill. Class 2, Avon Green, Whitley Smalley, Michael Etchepair, and Guthrie Watkins for the speckled division.
Just as a reminder, you have to have your picture taken at the banner if you're going to participate in the 4-H sale. No picture, no sale.
I like it.
And then again, remember that these pictures are taken by Hot Shots Photography. They have a booth out here in the pre-conference area, and you can pick pictures and posters and collages and magnets and all sorts of fun things out there. Those pictures will be available immediately after the show, and you can go out there and purchase them.
The gate, we have the Whiteface division lining up. Emery Brannigan, Brandon Winslow, Brinley Cardona, Marissa Merrill, Jaden Cardona, Brinley Cardona, Kinsley Carlis, Cooper Baumgartner. Getting ready, we have Class 1 Speckled Face, Emery Brannigan, and Mackenzie Merrill.
We have an extremely nice sheep out here to start off the 4-H show. One that I certainly love in terms of her overall build and design. I think when she gets this sheep set up, she gives you a nice look from the side. I love her front end. I think she handles really well. She is still green, just needs more time on feed, more time to mass up and put more weight on. I think later on down the road that this sheep will do some good. But give this young lady a round of applause.
First place, Grace Baumgartner in the underweight division. Now coming in the ring is the solo class of Whiteface. On deck, Class 1 Speckleds.
Okay, when you go over to get your picture taken, make sure your cell card is filled out. Okay, so you need to get your picture, make sure it's filled out, the cell card, and then proceed on. No cell card, no picture, no sale.
Great way to start out the 4-H sheep show in the white-faced division. Young man's ewe-lamb that wins. I think she wins from a design standpoint. I think one that is probably one of the better constructed up through the front third. I think she's smooth-shouldered. She's good-chested. I love the way her head ties high out of or neck ties high out the top side of that blade. I think she's good in her lines. If we're going to nitpick on her, she needs a little bit more flank to her to kind of balance her out just a little bit more. I think as far as the handle goes, I think she's one of the better handling sheep in this particular class. I think she's hard and fresh to the touch. She's got a big, nice loin laid into her. Got plenty of shape down low. Really nice one to land on there to start this class out. The one here coming in second, I think rivals my class winner in terms of design from the side. I think one that definitely runs uphill, gives you a neat look. But I think where this one falls short for me, you step in behind him, he gets a little bit more narrow in his pin set and his upper hip. I'd like to just give him a little bit more shape down low for him to kind of even out and proportion out a little bit for him to move up ahead of the one that wins this class, but a really nice sheep there in second. The one here coming in third, I think one that you can call dense. This weather, he's real dense. There's a lot to him. Maybe not the prettiest to look at from the side, but one that's certainly got a lot of muscle packed onto his skeleton. Maybe things I'd want to change about him. His hide's a little thicker, a little looser. Maybe, especially over that loin, maybe he needs to be a little bit of hydration, get a little bit of water in him, kind of get those wrinkles out of that loin. But I think one that you can certainly appreciate in terms of rib shape, back shape, just overall muscle, the way it lays on his skeleton. A really nice one there coming in third. The one here coming in fourth, I think one that's kind of a cooler bodied looking sheep that's got some turn to ribs, some back shape. But I think where this one kind of falls out for me is from the side. A little bit cut up in his flank, needs to be a little bit forward out to the edge of his loin for him, I'd like to see him balance up a little bit better from the side for him to move up any higher in this particular class. So give each and every one of these individuals a round of applause.
Champion Whiteface exhibited by Brandon Winslow. Reserve champion exhibited by Cooper Baumgartner. Third place is Kinsley Curlis. And fourth place is Jaden Cordona. Fifth place, Brindley Cordona. Sixth place, Brindley Cordona. Seventh place, Marissa Merrill. And eighth place, Emery Brannigan. Coming into the ring is Class 1 Speckled Face, Emery Brannigan and Mackenzie Merrill. On deck, Class 2 Speckled Face of medium weight, Avon Green, Whitley Smalley, Michael Etcheper, and Guthrie Watkins. Can I please have Class 2 lined up at the gate? in Class 3 thinking about it also. The last heavyweight class for Speckleds, Caitlin Schnell, Landon Thorup, Michaela Farmer, and Olivia Johnson.
Nice pair out here to start out the whiteface cross division. Young lady Gilam, I land on to win this class. I think she's got the best build and design. That's how you kind of want to make them. I think she's really good in her lines. Her top line's good. Her underline's good. I think that she is more appropriate handling sheep in this particular class. She's got a nice touch to her. She's fresh. She's got a big, wide loin edge. Maybe if I'd like to change better, make her a little bit more pulled apart there in her pin set, give her a little bit more shape down through her lower quarter for her to just give her a little bit more power overall, but a really nice there to land on. One here coming in second, I think one that rivals my class winner in terms of body. I think she's a little bit better right there in her flank. I think she proportions out maybe a tick better, but as far as when you step in behind her, she kind of runs out of gas. I'd like to just pull her apart through her center portion of her body and her pin set and upper hip for her to get around the one that wins this class. So give these individuals a round of applause. I think we have a very close top pair here in this class of crosses or speckles. Young Ladies ULAM wins it for me. I think one that just balances out and proportions out very nicely. I think that she gives you a good look from the side. Probably my favorite thing about her is the handle aspect. I think the handles with plenty of expressiveness and freshness over her rack. She's got a good turn to her rib, a massive loin edge laying to her. I think she probably pushes the most shape down through her lower quarter and from stifle to stifle. Probably a little bit stouter than the one stouter at the ground than the one that comes in second. Maybe not as up-fronted or clean through her chest floor as the whether that comes in second. I think that's where he kind of holds an advantage to the ones that wins this class. One that certainly love his shoulder construction, chest floor laid into him. Maybe where I think this guy gets a little beat for me. He isn't as wide out to the edge of his loin. Maybe just doesn't hit me as hard when I step in behind him. Doesn't push as much shape down low. But a really nice sheep there to land in second. And I think a very close top pair right there. Good pair of sheep. Give them a round of applause. The one here coming in third, I think one that balances up nice. I think all his parts and pieces go together. I just think he gets a little bit plainer in the way that everything that his muscle lays onto his skeleton. I think he's a little plainer in the way the front third of his skeleton's constructed. But I think one that is real sound, real flexible. All of his parts and pieces go together in a nice complete package. Nice sheep there in third. The one here coming in fourth, I mean, you talk about the terminal-driven carcass. I think one guy, the muscle's jumping off of his skeleton. He's got a massive rack, a big loin. He's creased up, real super hard-muscled, hard-handling, probably the best hided sheep in this class. But I think with all this extra added muscle, I think he comes to problems. He's not as constructed skeletally as well as I'd like to see him. I think he's a little bit deeper in his chest floor. Need to drop him down in his flank. Need to fill out, kind of add a little bit more cover onto him. That way he smooths up a little bit as a whole for him to move up any higher in this class. But give these individuals a round of applause. Got a really nice class of speckles here. Young man's weather that wins this class. I think he wins from a handle perspective. I think by far the best handling sheep in this class in terms of freshness, upstandingness in his rack shape. I think he's got a big loin laid into him. His hide's probably one of the better hides here in this class. I think you get off of him and you study him from the side, and he still bounces up and gives you a nice look. Maybe where I pick a hole in this guy is I'd like to stouten him up at the ground. He gets a little frail for me about his bone work and foot size, but I think a really nice sheep other than that to start this class out with. Young lady's weather here, I think another one. I think this guy's built relatively well. I love his design and look from the side. I think his shoulders laid nice into him. I think his neck ties high on the top side of his blade. I love his top line and his underline. He's good in those aspects. I think for me personally, where this guy gets beat is on the handle. I think he gets a little bit softer. He's got a little bit too much condition on him for me today. I'd like to tone him up in his condition, make him handle a little bit fresher and harder, and maybe he gets around the one that wins this class. The one here coming in third, I think the young lady's doing a great job of getting him shown. She's out here, she's having fun. But this young lady's ewe lamb, I think one that bounces up good. She's got a good look. She moves around the ring with plenty of flex and comfort. I think for me personally, she just gets a little out horse for me compared to the two ahead of her. I'd like to make her a little bit wider constructed throughout for her to move up any higher in this particular class. But keep up the great work, young lady. Sorry. The one here coming in fourth, I think one that probably rivals the one coming in third in terms of skeletal width or rack shape and rib shape. But I think the farther you kind of go back into that one kind of plays out. Gets a little pinched in his pin set, a little pinched in his loin edge there. I'd like to fill him out more right there in his tail head and his upper hip and everything for him to maybe move any higher in this class. But give these individuals a round of applause.
First place of Class 3 is Landon Thorup. Second place, Caitlin Schnell. Third place, Olivia Johnson. And fourth place, McKaylee Farmer. Coming in now is the Speckled Drive. Class 1, Mackenzie Merrill with her first place lamb, and second place is Emery Brannigan. Class 2, Whitley Smalley in first place, and second place Guthrie Watkins. In Class 3, first place Landon Thorup, and second place Caitlin Schnell. Emery Brannigan, please report to the holding area with your first class, second place lamb.
Still a lot more to go.
Okay, on deck we should have Grace Baumgartner with her Southdown Lamb. Then Class 1 of Naturals, natural lightweights, Adeline Crowder, Michaela Curlis, Hannah Howes, Haley Cooper, Bemley Watkins, and Haley Bruckner.
Really nice set of speckles out here for the speckle drive. I'll kind of go through here and talk them individually. Young lady G-Lamb that wins Class 1. I think one that you could certainly appreciate in terms of the expressiveness and handle quality of this one. I think she's got a good rack shape. She's got a good springer rib. Nice long laid into her. Nice one there that wins that Class 1. The one that's coming second out of that class, I think one that kind of rivals my class winner in terms of body, depth of flank. Maybe just doesn't hit me as hard on the handle as the one that wins this class does, but two really nice sheep there out of Class 1. The one here that wins Class 2, I think won an extremely competitive speckle face. I think one that's built right. She's got a good handle. She's got a good design. She's got plenty of muscle. Puts it all together in a good package. That's a really nice sheep right there. Same to say with the one that comes second out of that class. I think those two are really close in terms of quality. I think the one in second might be a little bit more creased up, have maybe a little bit of a harder handle to him. But I think those two sheep are very, very close. Two really nice sheep there out of Class 2. The one that wins Class 3, I think one that is just good balanced. I think he's proportionate. Everything just goes together. His underline's good. His top line's really good. Just a really nice sheep there. You get him behind him. He's got plenty of shape to him from the ground up. I mean, he's built good. But a really nice one there that wins Class 3. The one that's coming second out of Class 3, I think one that is stout featured at the ground. He's got a good build to him, a good look. Once again, all of his parts and pieces kind of flow together in a nice complete package. He's got a big rack laid into him, a big round rib. Maybe just doesn't hit me as hard from behind as the one that wins that class, but all these sheep are very nice in their own rights. I think I got my mind made up. I'll go out here and I'll select your champion, your reserve champion, Speckleface.
Champion Speckled Face exhibited by Landon Thorup. Reserve Champion exhibited by Whitley Smalley. Coming in the ring now with her solo lamb, Grace Baumgartner, in the Southdown division. On deck, Class 1 of the Naturals, Adeline Crowder, Michaela Curlis, Hannah Howes, Haley Cooper, Bemley Watkins, Haley Bruckner.
There may only be one South Down in the whole show, but I think it's a very, very good South Down at that. I think this guy's definitely no slouch, and if he's going to the State Fair, I expect him to do pretty well. This guy, I think, as far as South Down goes, on the profile, this guy's built right. I think his chest floor is appropriate to his flank. I think his top line is extremely good. For a South Down, I think this guy handles extremely well. He's got a good rack laid into him, good round rib, massive loin, pushes plenty of shape down low. He's stout at the ground. I think this is just a really, really good sheep overall, and a really good single entry at that. So give this young lady a round of applause.
Champion South Down exhibited by Grace Baumgartner. Next, Class 1 Naturals. Adeline Crowder, Michaela Curlis, Hannah House, Haley Cooper, Bemley Watkins, and Haley Bruckner coming in the ring now. On deck, I need Class 2 medium weight naturals, Brody Medina, Reagan Allen, Whitley Smalley, Adeline Crowder, and Tegan Durner.
What is he at?
Can we please have Sage Durner to the holding area? Oh, I'm sorry, that's a scratch.
very competitive top pair to start out the natural division here. I think two very good sheep up here at the top. Young Ladies Ewe arises for me. I think that she is just really cool built. I think that one's super cool bodied. She is just ultra round in terms of her rib shape and her full rib. I think her shoulder construction's very good. I think all of that just kind of blends all together in a nice package. I think she lets her get out there and walk. This one shows herself off, and she gets out around and prances around and shows herself off like nobody's business. Super flexible off both ends. You get your hands on her. Rack shape's tremendous. If I want to pick a hole in her, she could be a little bit better over her loin. She kind of wants to taper out over to the edge of her loin edge, but that's a minute detail and a very, very good sheep there to win this class. I think that's where the one here in second kind of counters the one that wins this class. I think that one's loin edge is massive. It's full to the edge of his loin. As far as the handle quality goes on this guy, he is fresh, he is hard, super thin-hided. Love that about him. Super good built. I think where he gets beat compared to that one is on the move. He wants to take a little bit of a shorter, choppier step, wants to work up into spine just ever so slightly. I'd just like to see him move a little bit better off those rear two for him to get around the one that wins that class. The one here coming in third, I think one is more definitely the greener sheep in here, especially in this top three. But I think one that's cool built, got a good design to her. Maybe compared to the two ahead of her, just gets a little bit out-horsed. I think she just needs to be cracked open more from the ground up for her to move up any higher in this particular class. Same kind of story that goes for the one that comes in fourth. I think one that's good built. She's sound on her feet and legs, just doesn't quite hit me as hard from behind. I'd like to maybe fill her out more in her top line, fill her out maybe around there in that tail head for her to give her a little bit better, smoother appearance to her. But a really nice set of sheep out here, so give them a round of applause.
Results of Class 1 Natural. First place, Michaela Curlis. Second place, Haley Bruckner. Third place, Bemily Watkins. Fourth place, Haley Cooper. Fifth place, Adeline Crowder. And sixth place, Hannah House. Coming in the ring now, we have Brody Medina, Reagan Allen, Whitley Smalley, Adeline Crowder, and Taken Durner. And on deck, we have Emma Berg, Cooper Baumgartner, and Cooper Sanchez.
A really nice class here. Young lady GLM that starts this class out as pretty special sheep here. I think one that in terms of just body shape, how round this one is in terms of her rib shape and forerib, it's quite impressive. I think one that is by far, when you get your hands on her, one of the better handling sheep in here. I think in terms of how upstanding she is in that rack shape and fresh. She's got a massive upper hip, really proud apart through her pin set, pushing a lot of shape down low. I think you study her from the side. She's got a good look to her as well. Maybe where I'm going to pick a hole in her slightly is right there in her loin. That could be because of the fact that her hip and upper hip is so large, it kind of throws that loin off. She needs to be a little bit more filled out right there, and I think that's where the one that comes in second gets around her. I think you study this one's top line. It's great. She's probably got one of the bigger loins in this particular class. I think as far as overall design and build, she is very, very nice. I love the correlation from her chest floor to her flank. I think you get in behind her, and she is wide from the ground up. Where she gets beat for me today is handle. I think she's a little bit softer, not as expressive in terms of her handle quality. I'd like to tone her up just a little bit, make it a little bit harder handling for her to kind of get around that one that wins that class. But a really nice sheep there in second. Kind of the same story for the one that comes here in third. One that I think is very balanced and proportioned. All of his parts and pieces go together very nicely. Just doesn't hit me as hard in terms of the way that muscle lays on his skeleton. A little bit plainer in his makeup. I'd like to see that muscle with a little bit more terminal shape to it, a little bit more expressive and dimensional in terms of that, but a really nice balanced proportional sheep right there that looks good from the side. Young lady's whether that comes in fourth, I think, compared to the two ahead of her in terms of shape and handle quality, this one gets around them. I think this one's got a good touch to him. He's got a good rack shape, big loin laid into him. But I think compared to the other ones ahead of him, you step in behind him, he needs to be more rounder about his rib cage, a little bit more pulled apart there in his upper hip and pin set, and wider from stifle to stifle to get around the ones up ahead of him. So anyways, give these individuals a round of applause.
First place, Class 2, Reagan Allen. Second place, Whitley Smalley. Third place, Adeline Crowder. Fourth place, Tegan Durner. And fifth place, Brody Medina. Coming in the ring now, Emma Berg, Cooper Baumgartner, Cooper Sanchez. And then please, if you were first and second of the last two classes, be waiting in the holding area to come in for the drive.
Really nice class here. Get to round out the natural division. Young lady's whether that wins this class. I think he wins it and wins it pretty handily from a design standpoint. I think that this guy's front third of his skeleton is constructed more ideal than the other two in here. I think he's a little bit smoother about the point of his shoulder. He's a little bit more wedged up in that chest floor. And I love the way his head ties that high out of the top side of that blade. He's got a good top line laid into him, a good underline. I think when you get your hands on this guy, he is expressive and dimensional, got a good handle to him. Maybe isn't the most appropriate in terms of his cover, specifically right down there, right back there behind it by his tailhead. I think he could stand a little bit more to be filled out right there in that aspect. I think the one that comes in second kind of gets around him in that aspect. This guy's a little bit more appropriate in terms of his finish. I think one that is real smooth made. All of his parts and pieces go together. But where I pick a hole in this guy, I think when you get him on the move, he wants to get up under himself and duck his pins. I'd like to see him take a better stride off of those rear two on the go. I think the one that wins this class does a better job of doing that. But I think as far as just smoothness, look, and just how all of his parts and pieces go together, this guy is very good in that aspect. But a really nice sheep there in second. The one here that comes in third, I think probably rivals the one in second in terms of handle quality and how expressive and upstanding he is in that rack shape. I think he's got a big, nice loin laid into him. Where this guy falls out for me compared to the aforementioned duo is he just gets a little off balance for me. I'd like to drop him down in his flank and maybe pick him up in his chest floor to where I could say he truly bounced up from the side. But I think as far as muscle and the way it lays on his skeleton, this guy is very nice in that aspect. So give all these individuals a round of applause.
Results of Class 3, first place Emma Berg, second place Cooper Baumgartner, third place Cooper Sanchez. Coming in for the drive of the natural division, Class 1, we have Michaela Curlis. In second place, we have Haley Bruckner. Class 2, first place Reagan Allen, second place Whitley Smalley, and Class 3, first place Emma Berg, second place Cooper Baumgartner. Then on deck, we have our Class 1 of lightweight Hampshires, Abby Wiley, Leah Kemp, Sage Sterner, Selena Cole, Reagan DeBall, and Clara Kemp.
Very nice set of sheep out here for the natural drive. I'll go through and talk them individually. Young lady's doing that wins Class 1. I think that one's pretty dynamic in the turn to her rib cage and just how round made that one is. I love how just cool bodied that one is. I think she when she gets her propped up, she's not trying to overdrive. That one paints a really nice picture. I think you get your hands on it, and she certainly doesn't disappoint. She is big, square rack laid into her, got a nice loin laid into her, and an absolutely massive upper hip and pin set. I think that one's got all the bells, added bells and whistles as well. The one that comes second out of that class, I think in terms of handle quality, hide, tightness of hide, I think that one excels in those particular areas. One that is just super, super hard to the touch and fresh. Got a massive loin laid in him. I think he balances up nice, a really nice sheep there in second out of Class 1. The one that wins Class 2, I think, is very similar to the one that wins Class 1 in terms of how just round made that one is and how cool bodied that one is. I think they're very, very similar. Almost just like that, they're just a little bit smaller, the one that wins Class 1, but the color's just a little bit different. I think that they each have the same attributes in terms of build, design, look, handle quality, the way that their hip is constructed and how much shape that they have, and they've got all the bells and whistles. But that one right there is a very, very nice sheep that wins Class 2. Nothing to take away from the one that's come second out of Class 2. I think one that is very nice balance. All of her parts and pieces go together. She has got a good underline, a good top line, good handle to her, plenty shapely. A really nice one there out of Class 2. The one that wins Class 3, I think one that is super cool up to the front third of his skeleton. I think he's shallow. He's good, smooth-shouldered. I think he's got a nice, sleek neck that ties high out of that blade. He's got a good touch to him. He's real crisp and hard to the touch. He's fresh. Really nice sheep there that wins that class. The one coming second out of Class 3, I think one that's a little bit more appropriate in terms of his finish. He's got a nice turn to his forerib and rib cage. He bounces up really nice. He's got all the bells and whistles that go onto it. But a really nice set of sheep from first to third class. I think I got my mind made up. I go out here and I select your champion or reserve champion natural.
Champion natural exhibited by Reagan Allen. Reserve champion natural exhibited by Michaela Curlis. Entering the ring now is Class 1 Hampshires. Abby Wiley, Leah Kemp, Sage Sterner, Selena Milhouse Cole, Reagan DeBall, and Clara Kemp. On deck, we have Trig Sedman, Maya Wiley, Sophia Stengel, Reese West, and Sage Sterner. As a reminder, make sure you're getting your picture taken and your sale card signed. As a reminder, you are getting your picture taken and your sale card signed. Sylvia Brown, if you are in the building, please come up to the announcer's booth. Sylvia Brown, if you're in the building, please come to the announcer's booth.
A very nice way to start out the hams here. I think the young man's weather, I think he wins this class and he wins it for fun. This guy's very, very good for being a lightweight. I think when he gets him propped up and he's up and out there and driving, that guy gives you a really nice look. He runs uphill. He's super shallow. His front third is constructed ideally. I think when you step in behind this guy, he's got plenty of shape to him. You get your hands on him. He is big backed, big loined, just got all the right parts and pieces, and I think he wins. He wins for fun. Really nice sheep there to start this class out with. The one here coming in second, young lady's ewe-lamb. I think one that closely emulates my class winner in terms of the center portion of his body. I think he's got a big, nice rack laid into him, a big rib cage. But I think where this one kind of falls out for me is when you step in behind her. I think she gets a little bit pinched up in her upper hip and her pin set. I'd like her to push more shape down through her lower quarter and out to her stifle for her to move up ahead of the one that wins this class. But really nice sheep there in second. The one here coming in third, I think one that balances out and is very nice proportion. But one that I think that where I got to pick a hole in that one is right there. It wants to roll out of its hip ever so slightly. I'd like to straighten it up out of its hip, maybe stouten it up in terms of its pin set and upper hip for her to move up any higher in this class. But really nice sheep there in third. The one here coming in fourth, I love that one in terms of that one's rib cage and rack shape and the way that one handles in that aspect. But I think that I would like to see her carry that as she goes back. I think she wants to get a little bit tapered out to the edge of her loin. She wants to get a little pinched in her pin set. I just like to see her cracked open more when you get it back to the rear third of her body for her to move up any higher than this. So give these individuals a round of applause.
Results of Class 1 in the Hampshire Division. First place goes to Sage Sterner. Second place, Clara Kemp. Third place, Leah Kemp. Fourth place, Abby Wiley. Fifth place, Reagan DeBall. And sixth place, Selena Cole. Coming into the ring, we have Trig Sedman, Maya Wiley, Sophia Stengel, Reese West, and Sage Sterner. And on deck with our heavyweight hamp division, I have Kason Bowman, Guthrie Watkins, Kylie Hockup, Sage Sterner, and Trig Sedman.
Another really nice class here, young man's weather. Once again, I think this guy wins, and he wins in a hurry. This guy is pretty dynamic in terms of his build. Once he gets him propped up, that guy's underline is amazing. His top line's great. Excuse me. I love how smooth he is about his shoulder. His head and necktie are real high on the top side of that blade. You get your hands on him, this guy's dialed in. He is super hard to the touch. Got a big loin laid into him. Plenty of shape down low. He's got all the bells and whistles to go with it. That guy's pretty dynamic. The one here coming in second, nothing to take away from him, but one that I think rivals my class winner in terms of overall mass and dimension. I think this guy's very dense. I think all of his parts and pieces go together really nicely. I just think compared to the one that wins this class, he just gets a little bit more generic in the way that the front third of his skeleton's put together. I think he's a little bit dropped out in his chest forward, needs to be pushed back up in that aspect. Maybe a little bit bulkier and bolder about that shoulder. But I think as far as one goes, all of these very proportioned out, very balanced, got a good amount of muscle laid on his skeleton. Really nice sheep there in second. The one here that coming in third, he's man's ewe lamb. I think one that in terms of handle quality, touch, thinness of hide, that one's really good. Her hide is really, really nice. She's got a good touch to her. She's very upstanding and square in that rack shape. Got a big, nice loin laid into her. Where she gets beat for me is from the profile. I think she wants to get a little bit inverse in her lines. I'd like to shove her up in her chest for a little bit, drop her down in her flank a little bit for her to balance out and proportion out so I can move her up any higher in this class. But a really nice sheep there in third. The one here coming in fourth, I think, rivals my one in third in terms of rack shape, rib shape, and the way her forerib blends in there. I love that about her. But I think as far as when you work back farther on that one, she gets a little bit washed out in terms of her loin. She gets a little bit more pinched in terms of her tail head. Just doesn't hit me as hard from behind as some of the others ahead of her. But a really nice class overall, so give him a round of applause.
Results of Class 2 Hamp medium weight. First place, Reese West. Second place, Sage Sterner. Third place, Trig Sedman. Fourth place, Maya Wiley. And fifth place, Sophia Stengel. Coming into the ring now, Kason Bowman, Guthrie Watkins, Kylie Hockup, Sage Sterner, and Trig Sedman with your heavyweight hamp. Please be waiting in the waiting area for Class 1 and 2 of the Hamp Division, first and second place. drive. Out of Class 1, we need Sage Sterner and Clara Kemp. Out of Class 2, we need Reese West and Sage Sterner. And out of Class 3, we need Kason Bowman and Sage Sterner. On deck, we're going to start our blackface division. In Class 1, of the super lights, we need Blair Sanchez, Coyer Bowman, and Hattie Morrison.
I think an ultra competitive set of sheep out here for the Hamp Drive. I'll go through and talk them individually. Young Ladies Weather that wins Class 1, I think that guy is very nice to look at. One that runs uphill, he's shallow, he's smooth up front. I think all of his parts and pieces go together. He's got a good top line, a good underline. His handles relatively well. I think he's upstanding in his rack. He's got a nice one laid into him. Just a really nice overall complete sheep there to start out with in Class 1. The one coming out of Class 2, the second place, I think one that rivals that class winner in terms of rib shape, rack shape. I think one that still balances up very nicely. Very nice sheep there in second. The one that wins Class 2, this guy, I think he's very dynamic. That's probably the word that I can use to describe him. One that is just super smooth. You look at this guy from the side, and everything just flows all in one. I think his underline's probably close to ideal as any of them out here in the drive. His top line is very good. I think when you get your hands on this guy, he will surprise you. He is ultra ripped up in his rack shape. He's got a massive loin, big upper hip. Lots of shape down low, massive feet and legs. I think just a very, very nice sheep there that wins Class 2. The one that comes in second out of Class 2, I think another one that is very ripped up, big backed. All of his parts, his pieces go together. Maybe doesn't have as much bells and whistles as the one that wins this class, but a nice respective sheep that goes second in Class 2. one that wins Class 3. I think one that is undoubtedly the heaviest muscled sheep in this drive. This guy's got tons and tons of muscle. He is big-backed, huge-ribbed, huge in his upper hip and pin set. Probably pushes the most shape down through his lower quarter and stifle of any sheep that I've seen all day. A very nice powered-up sheep that's still got a decent look from it from the side. I like that sheep a great deal. The one that comes second out of Class 3, I think one that is very dense, powered-up sheep that still all of his parts and pieces go together. He's very balanced and proportioned out. A very nice sheep there, and second in Class 3. So that being said, I'll go here and I'll get you a champion and reserve champion Hampshire.
Champion Hamp Division, exhibited by Reese West. Reserve champion of the Hamp Division, exhibited by Kason Bowman. If we can get Class 1 of the black faces to be in holding, the judge is going to run to the bathroom real quick. Class 1 is Blair Sanchez, Coyer Bowman, and Hattie Morrison. And then Class 2, start thinking about it, Olivia Johnson, Quinn Schneider, Dugan Kriz, Taryn Neal, Connor Olavison, and Farrah Schmidl. Okay, let's get started with Class 1 blackface. Class 2 on deck.
Very nice class to start out the black faces today. Young ladies, Weather, that start this class out with, I think he is probably the best built one in this class. I love how he runs uphill. I love how smooth he is up front. I think when you step off from behind this guy, he impresses you a great deal. You get to handle him, and he'll surprise you. I think he's super square and upstanding in his rack. He's got probably the longest and biggest loin of any sheep in this particular class, pushing plenty of shape down low. Only thing I could probably knock on him, he could be a little bit stouter at the ground compared to the one here coming in second. I think this guy in second gets around him in that aspect. He's got a big set of feet and legs on him. But this sheep right here, I think in terms of how just radical he is in his muscle shape, he'll impress you. One, you get your hands on him, he's big backed, he's big loin, lots of shape on him. I think where he gets beat is from the side. He just doesn't hit me as hard. Maybe he isn't as exotic up through the front third of his skeleton, but that's not to talk bad about that sheep. That's still a very nice sheep there in second. The one here coming in third, young ladies, Weather, I think one that is dense. He is very complete. All of his parts and pieces go together. Just doesn't hit me as hard from the side, not as dynamic in terms of his build as the ones ahead of him, but a really nice class. Give these individuals a round of applause.
Results of Class 1, first place Blair Sanchez, second place Coyer Bowman, third place Hattie Morrison. Headed in the gate, we have Olivia Johnson, Quinn Schneider, Dugan Kriz, Taryn Neal, Connor Olavison, and Farrah Schmidl. And on deck, we have Demi Kriz, Drayden Morrison, Kinsley Curlis, Taya Thompson, Emma Burdick, Michael Etcheper. Attention in the beef barn. The bread and fed show will happen 15 minutes after the conclusion of the lamb show. There will be a delay. 15 minutes after the conclusion of the lamb show, the bread and fed beef show will happen.
Very nice class here. Young ladies, whether that wins it. I think this guy, doesn't necessarily blow me away in any aspect. I think this guy's pretty complete. Once she gets him set up and propped up, I think this guy's very proportionate and balances out very well. You step in behind him, and he's got a lot of shape to him. He's cracked open throughout. You get your hands on him, he'll surprise you. He's got a good, nice handle to him, a big, fat loin laid into him, lots of shape. Just a really nice, complete one to start that class out with. The young man's ULM coming in here in second. I think one that in terms of handle quality, tightness of hide, and those things, I think she excels in this class. I think you get your hands on her. She's super ripped up over her rack. She's got a massive loin laid into her, and she's big in her upper hip. Where I got to pick a hole in her, she gets a little frail at the ground. I'd like to stouten her up about her foot and her bone work for her to get over the one that wins this class. Young man's weather that comes here in third. I think one that is very dense. This guy's got a lot of product packed onto his skeleton. I think you get your hands on him. He's massive backed. He's huge ribbed. He's undoubtedly got the biggest loin in the class, and it's not even close. He's big in his upper hip. Where you study this guy, I think he falls out from a design standpoint. He wants to get a little rounder off both ends of his skeleton, a little bit more generic in the way that the front third of his skeleton's put together. But I think this guy, in terms of muscle, he's your guy. He is very, very dense, very powerful. The one here coming in fourth, I think, is a very nice ewe lamb that's got a nice, long, sleek neck that ties out the top side of her blade. She's got a good, nice handle to her. Just compared to the ones ahead of her, she kind of falls out. She gets a little bit inverse in terms of her lines. I'd like to drop her down in her flank, maybe push her back in her breastplate, just where she balances up for her to move up any higher in this particular class. So let's give all these individuals a round of applause.
First place, we have Quinn Schneider. Second place, Dugan Kriz. Third place, Connor Olavison. Fourth place, Farrah Schmidl. Fifth place, Olivia Johnson. And sixth place, Tara Neal. Coming in the ring now, Demi Kriz, Drayden Morrison, Kinsley Curlis, Taya Thompson, Emma Burdick, and Michael Etcheper. Then we'll come back for the Blackface Lightweight Grand Drive. Out of Class 1, we need Quinn Schneider and Dugan Kriz.
Very nice class here. Young ladies weather that wins this class. He wins it for fun. He is very, very good. This is probably one of the better sheep that I've seen walk out in this ring today. I think that this guy is pretty much the complete package as far as I've seen. He is very balanced. All of his parts and pieces go together. He is so smooth. I love his design. He's just great up front, follows suit all the way back. He's great in his lines. His top line's tremendous. You step in behind him, his muscles just jumping out of him. He's got a massive back, huge round rib, a massive loin, a big upper hip. I mean, this guy's, he's got it all. He's got giant feet and legs. When she kind of stands there like that off of him, he hits you hard. And for all the mass and muscle he packs onto that skeleton, he still gets out there and he moves very, very well. The young lady's ewe lamb that's second in this class, it's nothing to take away from her. I really, really like this ewe lamb. I think she is very elegant. I love her design and build. Once she gets her propped up and gets her head up and out of her, she's got a very long, sleek neck, ties high on the top side of her blade. She's got all the right parts and pieces, probably one of the more green ones in this class. You get in behind her, she may not be the most powerful one. I think she's got a good handle to her. She's real sound, real good built, real good design. I love that sheep there in second. The one here coming in third, young man's ewe lamb, I think one that's just more of a dense, complete female. She's got plenty of rib shape. She's big back, big loin. Lots to like about her. Maybe just doesn't hit me as hard from the side. Just doesn't have all the extra bells and whistles as the ones ahead of her, but a really nice one there in third. One here coming in fourth, young lady's weather. I think one got a nice, he's very balanced and proportionate. Just when you step in behind him, he just doesn't have quite as much oomph to him. I think you need to crack him open throughout for him to move up any higher in this particular class. But give every one of these individuals a round of applause.
Results of lightweight class 2, first place, Taya Thompson. Second place, Kinsley Curlis. Third place, Drayden Morrison. Fourth place, Demi Kriz. Fifth place, Michael Echeper. And sixth place, Emma Burdick. Can we please have back to the ring for the final drive of the lightweight division, crossbreds, blackface, Quinn Schneider and Jugan Kriz out of class 1, and Taya Thompson and Kinsley Curlis out of class 2. On deck, can I please have medium weight class 1, Kara Fogg, Blair Sanchez, Tyler Sunderland, Bryn Bulgren, Connor Olavison, Parker McKinney, Abigail Horde, Anna Kemp, Dugan Kriz, and McKinley Sunderland.
Outstanding set of sheep out here for the lightweight blackface drive. I'll go through and talk them individually. Young ladies leather that wins class 1. I think one that's very complete, doesn't really blow you away in any aspect, just nice complete sheep that puts all its parts and pieces together. Everything just kind of goes together, real smooth made. I really like that sheep. The one coming in second out there, a little bit more exotic, a little bit more ripped up in terms of her muscle pattern. Muscle jumps up out of her. She got big back, big loin laid into her. Really nice sheep there in second. The one that wins class 2, this guy's legit. I think this guy is very dynamic in just about every single aspect. To be that ripped up, that massive, and to look that good from the side and still be able to move, I think that's very impressive. Very, very nice sheep there that wins class 2. The one coming second out of class 2, really love that ewe lamb and her build and design. I think that she's very elegant up front. She's got a nice touch and handle to her. She's very good built, gets out there, moves very, very well. I'll go out here and I'll select you champion, lightweight, and reserve lightweight cross, or blackface. Sorry.
Champion cross, lightweight division exhibited by Taya Thompson. Reserve champion lightweight cross exhibited by Kinsley Curlis. Coming in the ring is class 1 of the medium weight division, Kara Fogg, Blair Sanchez, Tyler Sunderland, Fran Bulgren, Connor Olavison, Parker McKinney, Abigail Horde, Anna Kemp, Dugan Chris, and McKinley Sunderland. On deck, medium weight class 2, Bryn Bulgren, Coyer Bowman, Olivia Johnson, Hannah Schick, Tegan Durner, Brady McKinney, Tegan Savage, and Waylon Faree. medium weight class 2, you should be gathering in the holding area. Bryn Bulgren, Coyer Bowman, Olivia Johnson, Hannah Schick, Tegan Durner, Brady McKinney, and Tegan Savage, Waylon Faree. Bryn Bulgren and Brady McKinney, please report to the holding area for medium weight class 2.
A really nice set of sheep here. Top pair's close. Very small details, sort of. Young man's weather. I think once he gets this thing stuck and he's good to go, this one really nice to look at from the side. Very balanced, very proportionate. Got a very cool look from him. Very neat up front. Got a nice touch to him. Big wide loin laid into him. Very nice sheep to start there. Young lady's UM that comes in second probably rivals my class winner in terms of back shape and rib shape. Very cool to look at from the side as well. Where she gets beat, she gets a little washed out right there in that loin. Needs to be a little bit wider out to the edge of her loin. Maybe drop down a flank just a tick, but a really nice one there in second. The one here coming out of third, another one, just kind of more of a little complete ewe lamb. Doesn't really blow away in any aspect. Just very balanced, nice, proportions out, really nice. Got a decent handle to her. Just doesn't hit me as hard from behind. Maybe like to make her a little bit more expressive and radical in the way her muscle lays onto her skeleton, but a really nice one there in third. The one here coming in fourth, I think this guy is really cool to look at from the side. I think he's built nice. He runs uphill. He's good in his underline and top line. Where I got to pick a hole in him, you step in behind him, he runs out of gas. He gets a little pinched up in his pin set. Needs to be a little bit bigger in its upper hip and push more shape down low for him to move up any higher in this class. So give these individuals a round of applause.
Results of Class 1 medium weight. First place is Parker McKinney. Second place, Blair Sanchez. Third place, Anna Kemp. Fourth place, Abigail Horde. Fifth place, Connor Olavison. Sixth place, Tyler Sunderland. Seventh place, Dugan Kriz. Eighth place, Kara Fogg. Ninth place, Bryn Bulgren. And 10th place, McKinley Sunderland. Coming in is medium weight class 2, Bryn Bulgren, Coyer Bowman, Olivia Johnson, Hannah Schick, Tegan Durner, Brady McKinney, Tegan Savage, and Waylon Free. On deck, I have Bryson Walls, Waylon Free, Ryan Fairherm, Whitley Smalley, Callie Rosner, Cooper Zolman, Kason Bowman, Addison Aldersea, and Owen Green for Blackface heavyweight class. Can I please have in the holding area, first place Parker McKinney and second place Blair Sanchez for the medium weight drive. As a reminder to the beef barn, the bread and fed show will start 15 minutes after the conclusion of the lamb show. The bread and fed beef show will start 15 minutes after the conclusion of the lamb show.
Nice set of sheep out here. Your black faces. Young men's weather that starts the class. I think he wins pretty handily for me. I think just in terms of design and build and flexibility off both ends of his skeleton, this guy excels in that aspect. And not to forget that he's probably one of the most massive sheep in this particular class. He's definitely the most ripped up in terms of his rack shape. He's got a big loin, pushes plenty of shape down low. I mean, he's cracked open throughout. Still props up, gives you a really nice look from the side. That guy's a nice one to start out with. Young ladies, whether that comes into second, I think one that is very nice. I think his front third of his skeleton's constructed very good. He's smooth made. Head and neck tie high on the top side of his blade. I think he's got a good, nice handle to him. I think compared to the one that wins this class, he could be dropped down his flank just a tick. But a really nice sheep there coming in second. The one here coming in third, I think, is a little bit better in her flank area compared to the one in second. I think she probably bounces up just a tick better, or he bounces up just a tick better. Very good handle on this guy. I think one that is very expressive and upstanding in his rack. I love how wide his loin is. I think he's cracked open in his pin set and upper hip. Maybe he just doesn't hit me as hard from the side. He gets a little dropped out in his chest floor. Maybe want to push his breastplate back up in him ever so slightly for him to move up any higher in this class. But a nice one there in third. The one here coming in fourth, I think it's kind of the same story as the one in third. I think one that's got plenty of muscle. He's got a nice touch to him, big loin, just doesn't hit me as hard. I think he's a little bit longer about his blade, a little bit dropped out in his chest. I think you clean him up through the front third of his skeleton. He moves up a couple spots in this class. But overall, good class. Give him a round of applause.
Okay, results of medium weight class 2, first place Quayer Bowman, second place Hannah Schick, third place Taken Durner, fourth place Brady McKinney, fifth place Olivia Johnson, sixth place Bryn Bulgren, seventh place Waylon Free, eighth place Tegan Savage. Now coming in the ring is the division champion reserve medium weight. On deck, please be waiting in the waiting area for the heavyweight division. Bryson Walls, Waylon Faree, Ryan Fairherm, Whitley Smalley, Callie Rosner, Cooper Zolman, Kason Bowman, Addison Aldersea, and Owen Green.
Very good set of sheep out here for the middleweight drive. And the black faces, I'll go through and talk them individually. Young man's Weather that wins Class 1 of the middleweights. I think one that is really cool built. I love his body shape and the way everything just kind of flows together. I think he's pretty complete from the side. He's smooth up front. Got a good underline and top line. He's got an even better handle. I think he's really fresh and expressive to the touch. Got a nice lung laid into him. Moves around the ring, plenty of flex and comfort. The one that comes second out of class, a little ewe lamb that's a little bit more extreme in terms of her muscle pattern and the way it lays on her skeleton. I mean, she's got a rack shape that just jumps up out of her. She is really nice design, moves really well. Where I kind of reiterate what I said in the class, she needs to be a little bit better out there at that hip-loin junction, but I still think a really nice one there, and second out of the Class 1 of middleweights. And then the young man that wins Class 2 of the middleweights, I think that sheep is very nice. I think he is checks all the boxes in terms of design, build, look, while still having plenty of shape and muscle. He's cracked open throughout, got a really good handle, big loin, even bigger upper hip and pin set. Very nice sheep there to win that class. Second out of that class, I think one that's real smooth made. I love how smooth shouldered that guy is and where his forerib blends into his rib cage. Very, very nice right there. Got a good handle to him as well. Maybe like to see him a little bit deeper out there in his flank, as I said in the class. But a really nice set of sheep overall. I'll go out here and I'll select your champion and reserve champion middleweight.
Champion medium weight exhibited by Coyer Bowman. Reserve champion medium weight exhibited by Brady McKinney. Parker McKinney. Coming in the ring now, we have our only class of blackface heavyweights. Bryson Walls, Waylon Faree, Ryan Fairherm, Whitley Smalley, Kelly Rosner, Cooper Zolman, Kason Bowman, Addison Aldersea, and Owen Green. On deck, we need the blackface extra heavyweights to be ready. Beverly Watkins, Lana Johnson, Michaela Curlis, Demi Chris, Braxton Neal, and Hannah House. Waylon Faree, can you please come to the holding room? Attention Beef Barn, as a reminder, the show will start 15 minutes after the conclusion of the lamb show. The show is a blow and go only. No oil-based products will be allowed to use today. Blow and go only for the bread and fed beef show. After the next class, we are going to do the overall blackface lamb. In Division 1, we need, in our super lightweight division, we need Blair Sanchez and Quayer Bowman. In our lightweight division, we need Taya Thompson and Kinsley Curlis. In our medium weight division, we need Quayer Bowman and Parker McKinney.
Really nice class, really competitive top pair here. I think a pair of very different sheep, especially when you study them from the side. Young man's weather that wins this deal, I think he runs away with it in terms of muscle, mass, and just overall dimension. My favorite viewpoint of this guy is when you step in behind him. He's just super cracked open, just massive backed, huge ribbed, and got a big loin, huge upper hip and pin set, pushes plenty of shape down through his lower quarter and stifle. Only knock I have from him is on the side. When you step off to the side of him, he's so just massive hip and big back that he wants to kind of break right there ever so slightly in his loin. Not saying his loin's small, but I think it could be just a little bit better right there in that area, but a very nice sheep to start this class out with. The one that comes in second, I think, kind of fixes my class winner in that aspect. I think one that is very smooth made. I think she's very elegant to look at from the side. Her underline's very good. Her top line's even better. I think you get your hands on her. She's very good to touch through her rack. She's got a nice loin laid into her. I think the only difference between those two, she's just not as pulled apart and not as cracked open. She just needs a little bit more in her upper hip and pin set and down low for her to get around the one that wins this class, but a very nice one here in second. The one here coming in third, I think the sheep will kind of surprise you, especially when you get your hands on him. I think that she rivals one ahead of her in terms of mass and dimension and rib shape. She's probably got one of the bigger loins in this entire class. Where this one falls third for me, she just kind of gets a little bit plain in the way that she's made. I think she gets a little rounder there about her shoulder. I'd like to shove her up there in her chest floor for her to move up any higher in this class, but a very nice one there in third. The one here coming in fourth, I think it kind of balances up. He proportions out very nicely. A very nice sheep from that aspect. I think just when you get in behind him, he just gets a little plain, gets a little flatter about his rib shape. Just doesn't hit me as hard. Needs to be a little bit rounder made through his rib cage, bigger back, and a little bit bigger loin for him to move up any higher. But a very nice class top to bottom. Give him a round of applause.
Congratulations to Kason Bowman as the heavyweight champion. Reserve is Kelly Rosner. Third place, Bryson Walls. Fourth place, Owen Green. 5th place, Cooper Zolman. 6th place, Addison Aldersea. 7th, Ryan Fairherm. 8th, Whitley Smalley. 9th, Wayland Free. Next in the ring is Bemley Watkins, Lana Johnson, Michaela Curlis, Demi Kriz, Braxton Neal, and Hannah House for our extra heavyweight division. After this class, we need first and second or champion reserve of every division back for the grand drive of the Black Faces. If we can have in the holding area for the super lightweights, Blair Sanchez and Coyer Bowman. For the lightweight division, Taya Thompson and Kinsey Curlis. For the medium weight division, Coyer Bowman and Parker McKinney. For the heavyweight division, Kason Bowman and Callie Rosner. Wait in the waiting area.
Very nice set of sheep here in your extra heavyweights. Young lady's ewe-lamb, she doesn't really want to show, but I think when she does get her stuck and she does get her shown, she's a very nice sheep. I think one that balances up, proportions out extremely well. You get in behind this one, she's got plenty of muscle packed on her skeleton. She's big back. She's got probably the second biggest loin in this entire class. She's got massive feet and legs. Just when she kind of wants to put everything together and kind of show it off, she gives you a good look. And I'm not going to hold that against you because I get it. It happens. But a very nice sheep to start this class out with. Young lady's wether that comes in second, another really nice wether. I think this guy may be a little bit more exotic in terms of the front third of his skeleton, the way it's constructed. I love this guy's rib cage and rack shape. Where this guy falls second for me is right there in his hip-loin junction. I think he wants to wash out in terms of his loin. Isn't as wide to the edge of his loin. I'd like to see him in that aspect. I think you get that filled out right there, he probably wins this class. He probably wins it pretty handily. But a very nice sheep there in second. The one here coming in third was kind of a tricky one for me. I think you studied this sheep. This is probably the widest constructed sheep from the ground up in this whole entire class. I think you get your hands on this one. She's massive back, huge rib. She's got the largest loin and longest loin in the entire class. But I think when you study this one from the side, she wants to roll out of her hip ever so slightly. She gets a little bit frailer about her bone work, and that's where I kind of find her third here for me today. The one here coming in fourth, I think one is a very dense-made sheep that's got plenty of muscle. I think he just falls out from a design standpoint, gets a little bit rounder off both ends of his skeleton, just doesn't hit me as hard. But give these individuals a round of applause.
Results of the extra heavyweight division. Champion goes to Lana Johnson. Second, Michaela Curlis. Reserve, Michaela Curlis. Third, Bemley Watkins. Fourth, Braxton Neal. Fifth, Demi Kriz. Sixth, Hannah House. Now entering the ring is the drive for the blackface division. Can we get Parker McKinney to the holding area? Parker McKinney to the holding area with your reserve champion medium weight lamb. Following the conclusion of the blackface division, we will do overall champion 4-H market lamb. So from every division, the champion in reserve needs to be in the holding area.
I've got some kids that do. No, I have mine cut. Let me cut it. No. Fine.
The white face division, champion Brandon Winslow and reserve Cooper Baumgartner. From the speckled division, Landon Thorup champion, reserve Whitley Smalley. South Down division, Grace Baumgartner. Natural division, Reagan Allen and Michaela Curlis. The Hampshire division, Reese West and Kason Bowman. All be waiting in the holding area.
Extremely nice set of sheep out here for the Blackface Drive. I'll go through here and talk them individually. Young ladies, whether that wins the ultra lightweight division, I think one that is super up-fronted, runs uphill, gives you a good look, built really, really well. I think the way that his muscle lays on a skeleton is very, very nice. It's a very nice sheep for the ultra lightweight division. Young ladies, whether that comes in second out of there, I think it emulates my class winner very closely. The way his muscle lays on his skeleton, how radical he is in his muscle shape. Two very nice sheep there in the ultra lightweight division. Young ladies, whether in the lightweight division, I think this guy's very dynamic, as I had stated, in terms of pretty much everything. I think he's smooth. He's just up-fronted. He's really balanced. His lines are very good. I mean, you step in behind him, he's got plenty of shape. He touches phenomenal. His loin's huge. Moves around very, very well. The one that's second out of the lightweight division, I think one that is very nice as well. Very elegant, smooth-fronted, very feminine, very, very nice female there. The one that wins the middleweight division, I think very nice sheep again. One that is all of his parts and pieces go together. I think he is very balanced and proportionate. Maybe not as most exotic up through the front third, but I think everything goes together. Touches extremely well. Got a good rack shape, big back, big rib, even bigger loin. That guy's very, very nice. The one that's reserve out of the middleweight division, I think one that's very balanced, proportions out nice, very nice complete sheep that doesn't really have any holes in him. I like that sheep a great deal. The one that wins the heavyweight division, I think another one that's similar to the one out of the middleweight division in terms of build and design and the way that their muscle lays on their skeleton. I think this guy's just super cracked open from the ground up, and that's no doubt about that. He touches very, very good, massive hip, plenty of shape down low. For how much shape he has, he does move relatively well. Probably not the best, but he does move very well for how much muscle he does have. The young lady's you out of the reserve heavyweight. I think that one paints a really nice picture. She's smooth. She's very elegant. Lines are great. Plenty of shape. Very nice sheep there. The one that wins the ultra heavyweight division, very balanced, dense, made ewe lamb. All of her parts and pieces go together. Very, very stout featured at the ground. Massive back and loin. Very nice sheep there. Reserve out of the extra heavyweight. A little bit more exotic in the way he's built. A little bit rounder about his body. I love his body shape. You get in behind him, I think he's got plenty of rib shape, back shape. Very nice sheep there. Love his feature. I think I've got my mind. I'll go out here and I'll select your champion and reserve champion, Blackface.
Champion Blackface, exhibited by Taya Thompson out of the lightweight division. Reserve champion Blackface, exhibited by Kason Bowman out of the heavyweight division. Coming in the ring now will be the grand overall 4-H market lamb. Directly following that will be pen of 2, pen of 5 market lambs. That will give a few minutes for the FFA champion and reserve to get ready to come back in for the overall supreme market lamb.
outstanding set of sheep out here for your 4-H Grand Drive. I'll kind of go through here and break them down individually. I know it's been a while since I talked about the Dorsets and whatnot. Young man's Dorset Elam that wins that deal, I think is very nice to look at from the side. I think she's very shallow. I love the way her shoulder blends in right there, nice and smooth. I think relative to that drive and the sheep that were in it, she handles probably one of the better sheep out of that whole deal. A very nice one there that wins the white-face division. The young man's Weather there in second, I think rivals my champion there in terms of touch and handle. I think he's probably a little bit better heighted than the one that wins that deal. I think one that runs uphill. I like that guy a great deal. The one that wins the Speckles, I think he's a very nice, complete sheep that's pretty dense, got a lot of muscle packed on his skeleton. Got a big back, big rib cage, very nice sheep there. The one that reserves that deal, the young lady's ewe lamb, I think hides a little bit better, touch maybe a tick better. She's very expressive and upstanding in that rack shape. She's got a big loin laid into her. Two very nice sheep there as well. Very, very nice south down here. I actually love this sheep. I'm just now getting into the south down deals down in Texas, and I would love to raise one of that caliber. I think that guy is extremely nice. I expect him to do well on the state fair level here this next week. There's not much bad you can say about this guy. Very balanced, very proportionate. All of his parts and pieces go together. For a south down, he is relatively well built through the front third of his skeleton. I think you get your hands on him. He touches very firm and fresh for a south down. Hides very good in that aspect as well. Nice sheep there. The champion natural there, that female there has some pretty exotic pieces in terms of how cool that one's body is, how round her rib cage is, the way that her rack sits in her. I think it's upstanding, it's square. I think that if you step off of her, she gives you a really cool look. I love that one's build and design. I think same follows suit with the reserve out of the naturals. I think those two sheep are very, very similar, kind of like two peas in a pod. The reserve out of that division, maybe not as round, maybe a little bit smoother in terms of her underline, maybe not as exotic, but I still think she is very good in terms of her top line, her touch, her loin's very nice. She's got big old feet and legs on her. Two very nice sheep there as well. Champion Hamp out of here, I think this guy's pretty cool to look at. I think probably one of the better built sheep that I've seen all day. This guy runs uphill. He is ultra smooth up through the front third of his skeleton. He's got a nice long neck that ties high out of the top side of that blade. Top line's tremendously good. He's got a nice touch to him, big loin, everything is a complete deal there. A very nice sheep that wins the Hamps. The reserve out of the Hamps, another very nice sheep, very dense, big back, lots of shape down low. I like that sheep a great deal as well. The one that wins the black faces, I think that is very, very similar to the one that wins the Hamps in terms of how smooth this guy is, how dialed in this guy is. He's 12 o'clock today. I love this sheep. I think he is close to as ideal as I've seen all day. I think in terms of his front skeleton, he is smooth. He is shoved up in that chest floor. I think when you step in behind him, he's got a tremendous turn to his forerib and rib cage. He's big backed. He's probably got a even bigger loin than the one my champion Hamp over there. Plenty of turn down to his lower quarter, and I think he's plenty wide from stifle to stifle. That's a tremendous sheep right there. Reserve blackface out of that deal. I think that dude's a powered up sheep. He's just massive. From the ground up, I mean, muscle stacked on top of muscle. He's ultra ripped up, got a phenomenal touch. Once he gets him set up right and he kind of lets him lean back a little bit and he kind of puts himself together, that's a really nice sheep right there. From top to bottom, everything's been phenomenal today in the 4-H show. I've loved each and every single one of these sheep that I've picked. And I hope that you kind of agree with me on some of the things that I did and kind of see eye to eye and have been able to follow along with me pretty well today. But I've got my mind made up. I'll go out here and I'll get you a champion and reserve champion 4-H market lamb.
Champion 4-H market lamb from our blackface division, exhibited by Taya Thompson. Reserve champion overall 4-H market lamb, exhibited by Reese West out of our Hampshire division. We will go into our pins. Then, directly following the pins, we need the champion 4-H market lamb, reserve champion 4-H market lamb, champion and reserve FFA market lamb. Okay, so market lamb pen show for each pair of 2 market lambs. I have exhibitors Blair Sanchez, Brinley Cardona, Cooper Sanchez, Kason Bowman, Coyer Bowman, Michael Etchepair, and Waylon Free. And for each club pen of 5, I have Albin, All Around, Show Kids 4-H Club, Reagan Allen, Michaela Curlis, Kason Bowman, and Coyer Bowman. As a reminder, the Bread and Fed Beef Show will be 15 minutes after the conclusion of the Lamb Show. That show is a blow and go only. No oil-based products will be allowed at the Bread and Fed Beef Show.
We have had a cell phone turned into the announcer's stand and a couple of keys. So you may want to, they look like showbox keys, and the cell phone, you'll have to describe it.
The cell phone is dead, but it has a scene of some mountainscapes on the back cover. Can I please have pin of 5s be waiting in the waiting area? Pin of 5s waiting in the waiting area.
I'll keep it short and sweet here. Pair here on the end, they win this deal. I think they win it pretty handily. I think these two market lambs match each other very, very well. And the way they're constructed, their skeletons put together, the way the muscle lays on their skeleton, very nice pair there. The ones that come in second, I think they're kind of like the mini-me's of the two that win this deal. I think they're both constructed very, very similar. I like those two sheep a great deal. I love the way that they touch, the way that how radical they are in their muscle shape. I think it was a very close pair between those two. I give the edge to the two heavier weights there in that deal. And then we come into the 3 spot. The two ladies right here in the middle. I think that these two sheep are once again very similar. I think they fit each other very, very well. I think that their design and build is both very similar. I think that they're the way their muscle lays on their skeleton, how wide they are, how big ribbed they are. I think they're very similar in all of that aspect. Two very nice sheep there. And then the ones that are coming here in, the ones here coming here in fourth. Once again, two sheep. I think they're built very similar. I think they both constructed the same. I think they both run uphill. They've got a good look about them. Maybe just not as wow when it comes to the way the muscle lays on their skeleton. I think they need to be a little bit more ripped up, a little bit more expressive in that aspect, maybe a little bit more pulled apart throughout to compete with the ones ahead of them. So anyways, we'll give these individuals a round of applause.
If you are in the pen of 5, please be in the holding area. If you are in the pen of 5, be in the holding area. Kason Bowman, Coyer Bowman, Michaela Curlis, Reagan Allen. Champion pen of 2, exhibited by Kason Bowman. Reserve, Coyer Bowman. 3rd, Blair Sanchez. 4th, Waylon Free. 5th, Brindley Cardona. And 6th, Michael Echeper. Michaela Curlis and Reagan Allen, please to the holding area with your pen of 5. Okay, we're moving into the overall lamb. 4-H and FFA, champion and reserve of both divisions. Please come to the holding area. Champion 4-H market lamb exhibited by Taya Thompson. Reserve exhibited by Reese West. Champion FFA market lamb exhibited by Ethan Bomberger. Reserve Reese West.
I think this is an extremely nice set of sheep out here for the FFA and 4-H overall drive. I think that each and every one of these sheep kind of follow a similar pattern that I try to stay with when I try to pick my sheep. I'll go through and talk them individually, kind of break them down. It's been a while since we've seen the FFA ones, about 7 hours. Young man that wins the FFA Market Lambs, that guy from the side I think is really cool. I think he's cool-bodied, he's real round, he runs uphill, he's smooth up through the front third of his skeleton. You step in behind him, I think he's got plenty of muscle. I think when he lets him get out there and move around, I think he leads around with plenty of flex and comfort off both ends of his skeleton. It's a very nice sheep there. The one here that is the reserve FFA Market Lamb, I think one that's just a little bit more dense in terms of how the muscle lays on his skeleton compared to the one that wins that deal. Maybe not as exotic up through the front third of his skeleton, but I still think one that balances out, proportions out very, very nicely. Overall, really nice sheep there that reserves the FFA. Young ladies, weather here that wins the 4-H Market Lambs. That guy is extremely nice. Hard to pick a hole in this particular sheep. Just everything goes together. I could go on and on and on about this sheep, and y'all have heard me talk about him probably 3 or 4 times now. But smooth made, very athletic, muscle lays on his skeleton in a very terminal way. Love, love, love that sheep to death. The one that's reserved out of the 4-H, I think he's very closely follows my champion out of the 4-H, and in terms of his design and build, maybe a little tick longer bodied, very, very smooth, runs uphill. I love how long his neck comes out of his top side of his blade. Touch is phenomenal. Love how thin-hided that guy is. Loin's very, very good, big and full out to the edges. Got giant feet and legs on him. Very nice set of sheep from top to bottom, and goats even yesterday. I've been extremely blessed and humbled to be able to come up here to Wyoming and sort the sheep and the goats here. Special thanks again to Nicole Watkins. It's been an honor to come up here, and I can probably truly say I've never judged a show quite like this. Y'all do it a little differently up here in Wyoming, and it's very unique, and I appreciate it. I love going different places and being able to see all the different ways that they do things, because down in Texas, we don't do FFA and 4-H. It's all ran together. That's unique. I think it's really cool. It gives kids another opportunity for success, and even more opportunities to win multiple things. And I love that whole deal about this county fair. Really unique facilities here. I love that as well. My time here in Wyoming has been nothing short of amazing. Hopefully one day I'll be able to come back here again because I enjoy this a lot. The 14-hour drive up here was well worth it. I wouldn't rather be anywhere else than here today judging this sheep show. I truly love doing this. I love seeing the youth succeed. I don't think there's a better place for the youth of America to be rather than the FFA or 4-H or just in the agricultural industry as a whole. I think that you set your kids up for success when you put them in this whole deal because not only does it help them develop responsibilities, lose with class, win with class, it develops friendships that last a lifetime. I mean, I've got friends that I made all the way back in when I was in the 3rd grade that I still talk to today, just simply because we had the same interests and we shared the same bond when it came to just the agricultural industry as a whole. So I don't think there's a better place to be rather than in the show ring or in the ag industry doing something that involves this. Hats off to all the parents and advisors that make this happen. You've raised some amazing kids. I love that you can go in here and every single kid that I've talked to, they haven't had a horrible attitude about anything. They've lost with class. They've won with class. Very respectful from top to bottom. I love the sheep and the goats that I've judged yesterday, but I think that the exhibitors that are on these sheep and goats are even better. And that goes to show you how big of a part that the advisors and the parents play into these young men and women's lives. And I love to see it. And I'm just going to stop rambling because I could go on for 15 more minutes. I know everybody's tired and ready to go. Got my mind made up. I'll go out here and select your overall grand and overall reserve champion Market Lamb.
Your grand champion overall market lamb exhibited by Taya Thompson. Congratulations, Taya. Your reserve grand champion overall market lamb exhibited by Reese West. Congratulations, Reese. That concludes our market lamb show. 15 minutes and the bread and fed beef show will begin.